She's awesome.
Yeah, she is.
Well,
Oh,
hello, everybody. We are live tonight. This is our Halloween special, and Rebecca and I'm in black and white. I'm sort of film noir tonight. No, we're going to be changing it up. With me is the lovely Rebecca, and we're so happy to be doing this Halloween live stream. I have to tell you, I can't see out of these glasses, so I will have to be switching out of them. But anyway, thank you so much, everyone, for coming. I wanted to introduce my co host tonight, who is Rebecca. Hello, Rebecca.
hello.
And of course, we're doing Clue, which Rebecca brought to me originally. I hadn't seen it, which is kind of crazy. It's one of those things like you're like, really? You haven't seen that? But it is on Amazon Prime. And so I was able to watch it because we have the subscription to that. And I loved it. And it's really campy. And, having done theater, I did a lot of whodunits, back when I was doing summer stock. So it was sort of like I loved this sort of genre of storytelling. It's really fun and kind of goofball-ish and lots of great, people who are in it. Everyone knows. So Rebecca and I are decided that to have this sort of live event, we were going to dress up. So Rebecca, do you want to tell us a little bit about your costume, what you're wearing?
Well, I could not bear to buy. Well, actually, I did look for a Miss Scarlet costume, but after like the third store, I was like, I give up because that dress is one of a kind. Like, I don't think any pale imitation of it would have been good. But I'm just wearing, some like vintage inspired pieces. I made this hat. These are shitty gloves that came from a package costume that I'm gonna wear tomorrow. So just kind
That's
of
awesome.
more into the mood as opposed to a specific character.
Yeah, and I love the feather in your hat. Like, where'd you get
Thank
that
you.
feather? That's very awesome.
Thank you. This is one of my handmade originals. I was taking hat making classes for a while and they were always like, no experience needed. You don't know how to sew. You don't need to know how to sew. And it's like, well, that was a lie. The inside of the hat is tragic.
Oh, okay. Well, I love your hat.
Thank you.
And I'm in black and white right now, but I did decorate my set. So I have actually, Rebecca, I got this thinking of you. It's the sign. It says, "Life is a witch, and then you fly."
Oh,
So I picked that up yesterday,
that's cute.
thinking of you for my Halloween set. Um, and I'm dressed as Mrs. Peacock, or I'm supposed to be dressed as Mrs. Peacock. I don't know if you can tell it.
You
I
look
actually have
great.
I have a peacock brooch. So I wanted to do a shout out to Gadabout, which is this little vintage store in Toronto I went to on Wednesday night. And Victoria, who's the owner, she helped me and she was really awesome. So I got these gloves, which are really beautiful, and these clip on earrings. And I said, I'm going to wear these again. I absolutely love them. And then, what's that? Oh, he's saying to turn my volume up. Okay. A little bit higher. I'm getting a tech note from Jack. Um, and then the hat, which I absolutely love. She came from the back and she had it in a little hat box, so I was very excited to get that.
Well,
So
you see all the boxes on the top of my bookshelf? Those are all
yeah,
hats.
amazing.
Yeah.
And then these glasses, which are actually vintage, like 1950s glasses, but and they don't have a prescription in them at the moment, but you could like get a prescription put in them. But so right now I'm kind of a little bit blind, guys.
Yeah.
So who's here anyway? Let me put my
Well,
glasses on
we
so I can see
got,
you.
as
Okay,
always,
you
we
read that.
have Linda R here.
Hi,
We
Linda.
have AU Pack Mule. My friend James was in the chat right when we went live. We have,
Oh, sorry. What happened there? Did I lose you?
did you lose me?
Oh, no, no, you're still there. Sorry, never
Yeah.
mind.
We have Aria Khaleesi. We have, I'm not wearing my glasses, so forgive me. We have Plexi
Bertrand.
Bertrand.
Yes.
And we have Jose. Hello. Hi,
Hi,
everybody.
everyone. Thank you so much, you guys, for coming.
Yes.
So anyways, this is a little bit different. Like, so Rebecca and I guess the closest thing we've done to something like this is when we did the True Blood. We
Yeah.
sort of did a review of True Blood and we kind of got dressed up. And this being the Halloween season, we thought it would be really, really fun. I also want to say thank you to people who dropped in last night to my
Oh,
premiere, which was the first time I've ever done one.
it
That
was
was so
so good.
fun.
It was so good.
Yeah.
I had it on. I haven't watched Umbrella Academy, so I
Oh,
was
okay. Yeah,
kind
I
of like
didn't
in and
go to.
out because I was like, I don't want to accidentally get spoiled, but I
Hmm.
like when he was talking about like even like the really buff dudes like wear like the bodysuits. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and he told me, and I don't know if it ended up in the final video, but he told me that they use Chris Hemsworth. The actor Chris Hemsworth is
If,
basically the foundation. Like they use his body as the
that,
prototype for muscle suits.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I am a big fan of Chris Hemsworth.
Are my glasses a bit wonky, by the way? I think they're a bit
Well,
wonky.
they should be wonky
They
because
should be
the guys
wonky.
are always wonky.
And like Eileen Brennan is so fantastic. I
Uh,
just loved her so much in this movie.
well, I have a lot of great tidbits to pepper in throughout the chat, or like throughout the discussion. So
Hmm.
when we get to her, I'll talk about what was going on with her at the time, which makes her performance even more amazing. So
Yeah.
I've been watching this movie since I was a kid, and I know it's not really a Halloween movie. It's not like a
Mm,
total Halloween theme, but
yes.
what I think I realized the other day, like why I associate it with Halloween was the first time I watched it, I'm 95% sure was at a Halloween slumber party. So that's my strong distinction with Clue. I definitely grew up. So there's a generation of kids, people my age who like grew up in like the late 80s, early 90s that this was on TV non-stop. Like if you had HBO back then, this was on TV all the time. And it would in its full three ending form, and I think it was there, like, that's why there's such a cult following for it. It did
Hmm.
terrible in the theaters. I know it basically broke even, but it was a critical flop. It was an audience flop, just kind of all around. They originally released the three different endings as separate films, and the whole idea, the marketing ploy was like, oh, people are going to love it and they're going to want to come back and like watch all three films, and that wasn't the case. And the other problem was, people couldn't pick which ending they wanted to go to, so they just decided not to go to the movie. But when it came out in home video, they, obviously like strung together all three endings, and it was just on TV all the time. So that's why there's like a fanatic generation of people who just adore this movie. So, and I'm one of them.
I came back. Um, guys, so Jack showed me this feature on my camera, so I'm just sort of been playing with it. Right. Unfortunately, I can't make Rebecca. I can't make you sort of in these sort of crazy. This is like the
Yeah,
negative, I
well,
guess.
I probably there's probably software I can like download for my camera and do all this, but
Yeah. So
um
we're gonna be a little silly tonight.
yes.
Have a little
Oh,
bit of
we're
fun.
drinking champagne.
Yes.
Well, I'm drinking pink champagne,
Yeah,
but
Jack is picking me up my champagne.
um
He's just getting the kids set, and then he's gonna go get me some champagne.
so Plexi asks in the chat, what is your favorite ending?
Oh.
And do you think this movie could be made today, or would it require a significant rewrite? Um, my favorite ending is the quote unquote real ending, the third ending.
Yeah.
Although, if you really want to go through and watch the movie, the only plausible ending is the first one,
Hmm.
where it actually that's the one where Yvette. Again, sorry guys, spoilers if you
Yeah,
haven't
there's gonna be
watched it.
spoilers in this. Sorry.
The third or the first ending is the Yvette Miss Scarlet combo. And
Hmm.
that's the only one that really, like, if you want to go through and be a detective and, there's no way that, Professor Plum could have attempted to kill Mr. Body twice. the Mrs. Peacock going to kill the cook is very far fetched. So the only one that's really like plausible is the first one, but I love the third one, and there was a fourth one shot, but
Oh,
or
really? Okay.
yeah, but we can get to that a little later.
Yeah. And if
But
now Rebecca was saying if you watched it on the video, you could choose, I guess you could choose the ending. Now, if you watch it on Amazon like right now, it'll oh no.
no, it's all three.
Oh, all three. Okay.
Yeah,
Same.
all
Okay. So
three.
same
So
thing.
it's like it
It was
gives
only
you
in the theater that they did different
yeah,
endings.
it gives you James, there's always spoilers in our thread or in
Yes.
our streams. So but the other question, if the movie can get remade, there is a Clue remake being developed right now, and I don't know how to feel about it.
Yeah,
Ryan
with Ryan
Reynolds.
Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds, right?
So
Yeah. Well, you
and
know how I feel about remakes. I think you do.
well, I think it could be interesting. I think one of the things I really love about this movie is that, even with like the ridiculous premise that they were making a movie based off a board game, it was played straight.
Hmm.
And I don't think Ryan Reynolds knows how to play anything straight. So, but it originally, like at one point, Jason Bateman was attached to be the director,
Oh,
but
that would have
he's
been
no
great.
longer attached. I saw another name that they were throwing around, um, but it's someone I don't know. I know he's done like Borat stuff and Flight of the Conchords, so I'd be interested to see like how straight they would play it. Um, I know it's a Disney director, like it's a director that works a lot with Disney. So,
Hmm.
but yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, if it was done like Knives Out, sort of a little bit more like serious, but kind of with some humor in it.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think it's going to be a little bit more broad. I think it's going
hmm.
to be like nudge nudge, wink to camera, which
Hmm.
this movie does not do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Now, where do you want to start from here? Like, I'm probably gonna have to get my glasses so I can see the pictures,
Yeah.
but sorry, guys.
You yeah.
We've got some pictures we can show you here. Let me
Yes,
just show
let's
it.
start. Let's start with
Okay. So this is what the posters. The poster design is amazing, by the way. I love it.
I have not seen that design before.
Hi, Tatiana. Hi, Hindsight. Hi, Plexi Bertrand. I can see all your names now. Hi, James. um, yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's kind of a cool design. The way they have like the wrench in the so and so room and the noose and sort of the classic. One of the things I was going to say about this story, like I was saying earlier, when I used to do summer stock theater. It has a lot of the stock characters, like the traditional stock characters. Like you got the professor, and you've got the surly maid. You've got the wealthy, I don't know, widow. That like those different types of tropes that you tend to have in sort of these types of shows. And I love how they did the costumes with that. Hi, Angel Over. Okay, so we'll go here. Let me just start going ahead. So we were talking about earlier, of course, it's based on a board game. So these, and what I loved actually, one of the things I did really love is the board game, which is kind of more of a British sort of style, like Colonel Mustard, for instance, looks sort of like a British. His outfit is sort of like colonial, like India kind of thing.
Mhm.
And with the mutton chops and that type of thing. So they sort of did their own thing, and I kind of think that was really cool. They went with a French maid au pair, or kind of look at as opposed to a traditional maid. They
Is it
went with this
yeah.
Scarlett's like a Hollywood starlet. She sort of
Well,
looks like that.
yeah, I've seen I mean the when I had the board game as a kid, I definitely had like whatever the 80s version was.
Mm-hmm.
Um which definitely was a little bit more modernized. And for a while, Miss Scarlett was, kind of this like she was an Asian woman, beautiful Asian woman who ended up marrying Oh, the Inside the Actor Studio guy.
Oh,
Uh,
James Lipton?
yes, thank you.
Oh, and Tatiana's here. She's actually been to Inside the Actors Studio, so she's because
Oh,
she's studying there.
Tatiana's saying that I'm Mrs. Peacock tonight.
Oh, oh.
Oh, I was kind of like I think I was like leaning a little bit more towards Mrs. White, but yeah, I
Mm,
think like my spirit animal is more Mrs. Peacock than
yeah, Tatiana, I'm Mrs. Peacock, but that's okay. We can both be peacocks. She's saying flames at the side of my face, which is so funny.
oh, that's the best. And that it is so disappointing for people in the theater because that's in the third ending. So there were so many people that did not see
Oh,
that brilliant performance like when they went to the
mhm.
theater, which I think is probably the most quoted Clue line. So.
Yeah. No, no, I'm not Miss Scarlet. Excuse me. What I was going to say is that about Madeline Kahn, who plays Mrs. White, who's standing dead center there. I've always loved her. I've always been a huge fan of hers, especially like in Young Frankenstein. Which is a great Halloween movie, by the way. If
It
anybody
is a
hasn't
great
seen it,
Halloween movie.
Young Frankenstein. So she's fantastic in that movie. I love her so much. But she's sort of out of that sort of group of American comedians that through I think I guess it would be the 80s, 90s or 70s, 80s, 90s kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Um, what other characters do you want to talk about then? Or I know
Uh,
you have some tidbits you wanted to share with
yeah,
us.
I mean, I would say like, why don't you like, however you want to go through like the outfits, and I
Sure.
can give like the little bits and bobs.
Excuse me, everybody.
I hated her so much.
Okay, so well, all right. So here we have everybody, the whole ensemble. So Miss Scarlet. Okay, so the first thing is it takes place in 1954. Long Island is what I read on Wikipedia,
Well, it says New
or New
England.
England, New England,
Yeah,
New England. Sorry, and the funny thing is, one of the things, of course, I think about with my 2020 eyes is the casting, right? Like, so we've got, you've got the all white casting, but then you've got the minor characters. They hire minority characters for that. So I'm always like, I wonder if they were to do this now, if they were to do it differently. But you were saying originally that they had an Asian Miss Scarlet. Was that
well, that's on the board game.
on the board game? Okay.
Yeah, there was an iteration of the board game because like, they would like continuously update it. So that was you know, but it was like it's probably like the not, like leaning a little heavily into that like Asian seductress stereotype.
Yeah.
It feels icky.
Yeah, it's sort of like a Mata Hari or something like that,
Yeah, a little
like
bit like
or
that.
like did she have the Mandarin collar with
Yes.
the yeah of
Yes.
course. So but here Miss Scarlet, I like I was saying, I feel kind of like she's sort of like looks like a starlet, maybe even a bit of a mall, like like a gangster's mall, sort of the way she's dressed. And Leslie Ann Warren, who I'm trying to think of some other things that she did in the 80s. Like she was a really big star in the 80s. So I don't know what happened to her, but one of the things that cracks me right up is that her dress at times looks like it's kind of falling off of her. Do you notice that? And she doesn't really care. She's just kind of like working it. And the other thing I was going to mention is because it's kind of like even though it's sort of like done like a 3-act play, it's all takes place within the same time frame, right? So I don't even think they stay overnight. I think they're just there for dinner and then
Yeah.
basically that's it.
Yeah.
So
I think it's actually supposed to be like it's real time.
in real time. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So everyone only wears one outfit, which is always, kind of cool. Which again, why it reminds me sort of a who done it, because people arrive, they have dinner, all the stuff like the murder happens, is revealed, and then they try to discover who is the killer. And of course, in this, there's multiple multiple murders. Oftentimes in a whodunit, it's just the one murderer, and they um, there's another movie called, like I think I mentioned this to you before, Rebecca, called Murder by Death, which has Alec Guinness in it. It's an all-star cast, and it's sort of the same idea. It's like a little bit of a campy movie where have all these celebrities who all in real life they're all celebrities who play the characters, and there's multiple murders and then chill, but they really play fast and loose with it, talking about that final ending. Like the ending is kind of like, what, like, it's sort of just ridiculous and kind of silly in a way, but in a good way. And again, with the political correctness, like they had in typical fashion, Peter Sellers played the Asian detective in it, and it was like really like not politically correct at all. But in some ways, I kind of like the fact that this isn't politically correct. Like for instance, one of the things that I thought was sort of funny is all the ways that the men grab the French maid, like the typical like, oh, like,
like staring at the tits,
yeah, and I'm smacking her butt and
yeah.
stuff like that. It's so
I mean, like, they only really like honed in on that with like Professor Plum.
yes.
And that was like so much of his backstory. Like, he, was a disgrace psychiatrist who like slept with his patients. And then like just like using boobs as a sight gag, which rewatching it, it doesn't bother me. The butt grabbing bothers me a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
I have a cat that's trying to like crawl.
Oh no.
Like, I mean, he is determined to get up here. Here he is. But sorry.
Oh no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Hindsight. Hindsight says Leslie Ann Warren was Cinderella in Rogers
Yeah,
and
and
Hammerstein's
she was
Cinderella.
also right before Clue, she was in Victor Victoria.
Oh, that's right. So she was the mole in Victor Victoria. She's the blonde bimbo, right?
And she was nominated for an Academy. I didn't like when I was researching this. That's when.
If they were to make this movie today, they would definitely have to change it. Now, like for instance, I was telling you one of the movies that I recently loved though was, and it got terrible reviews, was Holmes and Watson. And I mean, I think I mentioned we just got really baked and watched it. And there's all kinds of like male chauvinist comments, and there were sexist comments that they make, inappropriate. But they're sort of like, they play on the fact that, but it's like it's the turn of the century. This is how men acted, so they sort of play off of that.
Yeah.
So if they were to legitimately set it in the 50s, they could maybe get away with that, like sort of in a Mad Men kind of way.
The thing about comedy, I think like when you start approaching like these more not taboo, but these like more sensitive subjects, it's like, are you punching up or are you punching down? When like when the butt of the joke is the woman with the big boobs, that's shitty. When the butt of the joke is actually like the men oogling the big boobs, that is, that's kind of more what you might want to go for.
Yeah.
Why? Hi. like he just like at some point, and he had like a very clear path, but instead he like decided to go over a couch on a nightstand or like on a side table over my stack of mail and and he's just like demanding attention while I'm wearing a dress that he should not be sitting on.
Oh, hi, Pixelpia. It's so nice to see you. I don't know how to say. I think it's Amoeba Labs. Hello.
Oh, yes.
Is that your friend?
That is he knows Buster very well.
Aw.
Yes.
And Plexi Bertrand says, kind of like Airplane or Blazing Saddles and Silver Streak. Not sure if they could be remade today. I can see why they would require change, but also
I
put that comment there.
It's so funny. Like talking about Madeline Kahn, my all-time favorite movie growing up is Blazing Saddles. That was the one that I think we like recorded it off the TV. Like my parents loved it. Me and my brother loved it. I can quote Like I put on Blazing Saddles and I'll just like speak the whole thing. No, no,
I
no,
can put
no,
my
no. You're
glasses
not
back on.
getting up on that desk. Yeah.
Hi, 30
If
days.
you,
Hi, hi, Justin. I'm putting my
hi.
guys. I'm putting my cat glasses back on. I've been taking them off because I can't really see. So while we're talking, I can wear them.
No, yeah, it would be very hard to. I mean, no one should even attempt to like remake Blazing Saddles.
Oh yeah,
Um,
absolutely not. And that's Mel Brooks, I think, isn't it?
yeah, and it's too perfect. I'm
Hmm.
surprised they haven't done a music. Well, they haven't done a musical version of Blazing Saddles. They've been doing musical versions of all of his other movies, but
Yeah.
that's one. And even though, like, even with like all the right intention, because that was always the thing. Like, they were never making fun of minority. Like, they were making fun of bigots and rednecks in that
Yes.
movie. That's why I think like that movie has like withstood, you know, the PC brigade, because like I think it's like so clearly what the satire is.
Hmm.
Like I think you like, if you're going to really like kind of broach those particular subjects, like you have to be like super smart, and you have to like really treat it as like full on satire. And maybe where it didn't work for like the Will Ferrell movie, it's like, because those are just like over the top, broad comedies, and sometimes like that, like like throwing satire in those comedies, like the does I don't think always works.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Um, but anyway, so I'm gonna take my glasses back off again, guys, because I'm having a hard time seeing. So 30 Days says, sadly, they will just like sorry, they will just like they did redid True Grit. Oh, I don't know. You know what? I haven't seen the remake of True Grit.
I like the remake of True Grit. Um, so I mean, and honestly, like I've only seen like the original True Grit once, and I was moved by the remake, where like the original, it's like it was good, and I like westerns quite a bit, but it's not like my favorite. Um, oh, I'm being asked like how would I compare and contrast the satire of Blazing Saddles to something more modern like Borat. I'm gonna have to like think on that
Yeah,
one.
that's a hard one.
I mean, because Borat, my only problem with Borat is you know how many people who are like totally innocent bystanders like get like caught up, and that the styles are so. I mean, Borat is, Borat's satire, like it's like Jackass meets satire,
Yeah.
where like it meets Candid Camera, and it's sometimes I think like a lot of innocent people get swept up in it, and I don't always think Sacha Baron Cohen does a good job with that differential of punching up versus punching down. Um, but yeah, that's a bigger question. I am going to put some thought into that. And
I haven't seen the new movie.
I
Have you
haven't
seen
seen the
it?
new Borat.
Yeah, I find like I have a really hard time watching the movies just because I get so like, oh my God, like it's just I find it like
It's very
cringy.
cringy.
It's cringy. And I mean I know what he's doing. I get what he's
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah,
Um,
and I agree. I agree. Yeah, people aren't in on the joke where,
mhm,
yeah, I mean, it's hard because I don't think I think Sacha Baron Cohen is I think he's very talented, and I think he's going to be an interesting person. Like I think I like Ali G a little bit
mhm.
more, because at least like the people he was playing the joke on were, probably people who are a little bit more savvy and should have been a little bit more well aware. Um, or at least should have people who like looked at like release forms and contracts a little bit better, where, you know, when it's, you know, unsuspecting people who like have nothing to do with anything relevant, you know, like there's something mean spirited about Sacha Baron Cohen that I'm just like,
yeah, no, I know, I get what you're saying. You know, it's funny because he's in a movie, he's in Hugo, which I just love, and he's really great
oh,
in it.
I think he's an immense talent,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, he's a
uh,
really solid actor. And there's a movie he's in right now. I think it's called like Chicago 13 or something. It's on, I saw it on Netflix. It's like a period film, like set 1970s or something.
mhm.
I wouldn't be surprised if he gets some recognition for that. I've heard some pretty good things. Um, Plexa Bertrand says, excluding the audience feels low key dismissive of the audience, despite how I agree with points he tries to make. With
Yeah,
Brooks, I feel like he treats his audience as part smart and part of it. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. That is, you know, it's kind of hard because there's such different genre, like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like so much of what he's getting, material he's getting is like on the fly and it's unscripted. And I don't know, I just recently like worked on a pilot for it's like a prank show,
I love
but
it.
you know, it's not like it's like a prank show with magic, which I just found out today got picked up.
Oh, that's
um
amazing. Oh, you were saying that to me just as you were coming
oh
on.
no, that a separate project that I'm
I'm gonna put
starting to work on,
my
because
crazy right
because
on.
when something gets picked up, like who knows with COVID, although they're shooting it in Canada.
Oh, that's so cool. Really?
Hmm. Yes, they're shooting it in Vancouver.
Oh, that's sort of like the go-to place, it seems.
Yes, yes. Well, Toronto's a big go-to place,
Yeah.
but
Well, Christopher,
um,
who you know had the interview, he's doing a movie right now in Vancouver.
yeah. Well, I
And
think right now, like Canada, you know, I don't know the numbers in Canada, but I have a feeling that, you know, they're a lot easier on the restrictions.
mm-hmm.
That you guys have done a
Oh, look
better
at this.
job. Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, but
I
let's talk
love
about Miss
you.
Scarlet's
I
dress,
love you all. Okay, let me just get back to
because
being normal.
that dress,
Yeah, let's go back to that.
I have a good little,
Oh,
well,
okay, great. Okay,
I have a couple little asides.
let me add it. Oop. Okay, there. We can add it. I probably have a better picture of it too. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. That is good. Well, actually, she's got like she's got sort of that. She starts off with that sort of
Yeah,
chiffon sort of wrap, right? It's
yeah.
organza or net or something like
I
that.
love those gloves.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
So what's the story you have about her dress?
Well, well, one story, like, so the cast, so they actually built this mansion that they shot in, and it was probably the most expensive, like it was the biggest like line item in the budget. Like they
Wow.
spent $1 million building the mansion, outfitting it, etc. And you know, and because they were all together, it was like a play where normally, like, you know, like when you work in a movie, like you might have like out of your X amount of scenes, you might only have like 4 scenes with one person, but they were together. They were like in almost every scene together. So they became very friendly. And in between takes and setups, they would hang out in the billiard room and play pool. And except for poor Leslie Ann Warren, because she could not properly like move around in that dress.
Mm-hmm.
So they actually built like a slanted, you know, something where like, because she couldn't like really sit down, so they built her like this like slanted platform so she could like take a
Well, I wonder how they did that scene then when she was sitting. Like how they did
well,
this.
I mean,
Maybe
but
for a short while she could
yeah,
do it.
it's, you know, the dress apparently was not comfortable, which
Mm-hmm.
I can I mean, any woman who's had to wear a tight dress, and like, and I read that they use period undergarments,
Mm-hmm.
so like all the boning, like oh, like sitting in that dress, like trying to eat dinner, like oh,
Yep.
thanks no,
It's funny because this period is similar to the period that we just did on Lovecraft Country.
yeah,
It's 1954, around the same era. The thing that I always love too is whenever something's done the 80s, and I think I said this sort of the same thing in Lovecraft Country, that there's always a little bit of an influence of the 80s there. Like Eileen Brennan's hair, for instance, like it's totally 80s.
well, and I think Miss Scarlet's hair,
And Miss Scarlet's hair, like you can sort
yeah,
of, and I mean, obviously this French
okay,
maid is kind of just a classic costume. It's not really, just a typical French maid. But here, like for instance, Eileen Brennan's hair with the bangs and everything looks very 80s. She's in Private Benjamin, right? Is
yeah,
she in that? Yeah.
yes, and oh, what was the other really good movie she was in? Oh, she was in the Last Picture Show.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow. With
yeah,
Candice Bergen.
yeah.
Um, It's funny because I had to do this interview this is for my day job.
Or
And
Sybil Shepherd, not Candice Bergen.
oh, okay, Sybil Shepherd. Sorry, yeah, Sybil Shepherd. I had to do this interview, and this guy who was interviewing says, "Hey, you look really familiar." And I said, "Oh, well, I sometimes get Sybil Shepherd, like older Sybil Shepherd." And he's like, "Oh, I don't know." Like it's like sort of funny. That's what I used to get, especially like during moonlighting and stuff like that. I used to get Sybil.
Oh, I can see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I used to have these bigger glasses that I would
Yeah,
wear.
I can see that.
So,
Oh, now that you said that, like, I'm
yeah.
not gonna
And
unsee it.
which is great because I always had a thing for what's his name from Moonlighting? Bruce
Oh, Bruce
Willis.
Willis.
Yeah. David on Moonlighting. IMDb says Eileen Brennan was also in Murder by Death. What? Really? Who was she in Murder by Death? Okay, I'll have to look that up. She was Goldie Hawn's best friend
In private.
in real life. Yeah, because she's not in the movie.
Oh,
I did not know that.
oh.
That's
So,
funny. Yeah, it's like Betty Davis is an All About Eve. That's a very good point, Linda. She says, the dress that Betty Davis wears in All About Eve.
yes, yes.
That's a very. Is that the movie where she says we're in for a bumpy night? Where she
Yeah,
says,
we're in for.
"Buckle your seatbelts.
Yeah,
We're in for a bumpy night."
yes.
That was. I think that was designed by Edith Head, if I'm not. If I'm
Oh,
correct.
that has to be an Edith Head movie.
Hmm.
That was like one of Marilyn Monroe's first movies.
Hmm.
Oh, I
Now,
love All About Eve.
Now, didn't I? I remember, I forgot who the costume designer was on this, but I thought it was someone pretty famous. Let me just
Oh,
look it up.
hold on.
Um,
No, you had said, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Michael
yeah, Michael, oh, I put Clue.
Chapman
Michael Kaplan. Yes.
Kaplan.
Yes. Because
Yeah.
he did Blade Runner, which is my favorite movie. So that totally makes sense. And it was funny because I know when he did Blade Runner, he was looking at a lot of the 1940s style of costumes. Is it him?
Not according to IMDb.
Tess Skeffington is who the costume designer was. It must have been something else we were talking about then when we said Michael Kaplan.
No, okay. But I just like did it in Google and it like comes up Michael Kaplan, but IMDb doesn't have him listed.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Linda, what was that? She said it actually was a mistake that made the dress too big. Are you talking about in All About Eve? Maybe she can clarify. Tess Skeffington. I have no idea who that is. But anyway, we appreciate.
Yeah, no, it was Michael Kaplan.
Oh, it's Michael Kaplan. Okay. Yeah. You just had to go down a bit to
No, it just might not be well, IMDb, like, just everyone,
mhm.
like, IMDb is not like the end all be all of credits. But
Um
I don't know why. I mean, like, I that's weird that they don't have him. They
oh,
have,
yeah, I have Michael Kaplan here too. Okay. Yeah.
yeah, but it says costume and wardrobe department, and uh
Oh, I see what you're
they
saying,
have
Linda.
they I don't know why they don't have him.
Hmm. Well, it's funny because
Weird.
on Blade Runner, he
Oh,
only
never
did
mind. It's up. I'm
okay.
looking. Sorry.
Even in Blade Runner, he only did the women's costumes, like he did Rachel's costumes, and then it was
Mm.
Charles Node who did the men's, some of the other costumes. So, but I know that so it'd be interesting to see who he did base this off of because I know in Rachel's costume in Blade Runner, he based it off of a lot of Adrian's costumes, who was a designer in the 1940s. Linda says I'm a huge fan of black and white films. Me too.
Oh, me too. I actually, so, one of the things, Jonathan Lynn, who directed this movie, who was a theater director, this was the first movie he did. And so, one fun. So originally, John Landis was supposed to write and direct this movie, and he was attached to direct the movie, and he got Jonathan Lynn, who is a British playwright. Um, he roped him into writing the movie, and mostly like he only initially like took the meeting because he was going to get a first class flight to LA from London. Which, hey, I get
I
it.
don't blame him.
Um, but his agent, and he was like, this is dumb, like, they're making a movie off a board game, like, this is idiotic. But Jonathan Landis was so on board with it, and Jonathan Lynn's agent's like, you're there, you have another meeting, like, do you got like do some work. And
Yeah, if anybody doesn't know who John Landis is, he did the Blues Brothers movie, the original
oh
Blues
yeah,
Brothers.
he
He's a
did
big
Blues
80s
Brothers.
director.
He did Coming to America, like,
Mhm. Yeah, a
huge
lot of big comedies, yes.
huge 80s comedy.
Hmm.
And he actually ended up he was attached to direct this, but then walked away from, or ended up like directing Spies Like Us, if anyone remembers that film. Um,
No, Spies Like Us.
yeah, it was a Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd. It was a
Oh,
dumb movie.
I've probably seen it then.
Oh
If
yeah,
it's
I
got Chevy
definitely
Chase in
saw
it.
it. It just didn't, like, you know, didn't last like Clue, but he ended up going on to direct that, and he had Jonathan Lynn. He talked Jonathan Lynn into directing this, and Jonathan Lynn's other like next big movie credit was My Cousin Vinny.
Wow.
Yeah, but
Yes.
there was I mean, it feels like a stage production, and even like the whole who done it. Did you watch like Perot at all on, like, well, you guys don't have PBS
What is
in
it called? Puro. Oh,
Perot?
yes. Oh, yeah. I've watched it for sure. Hercule.
Yeah.
Yes.
uh and well, I mean, like, so it was like, equal parts like Agatha Christie, and then when Jonathan Lynn finally like got the casting together, he made them all sit down and watch His Girl Friday. And I don't know, you've seen His Girl Friday, haven't you? It's
Uh,
like classic Cary Grant,
okay.
Katharine Hepburn, not Katharine Hepburn. Shoot, I ended up watching Bringing Up Baby last night, which is Cary Grant and Katharine Hepburn and a Jaguar. But we're just, because Linda said like black and white films,
Mm-hmm.
and definitely like the pacing of the dialogue, that like very staccato, and like the way that they step in, like, right, that it's very screwball comedy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny, like, because I was watching Bringing Up Baby last night, and it's like, oh, I actually think like my first real screwball comedy that I ever watched and like was gravitated towards. Thank you. It was Rosalind Russell in His Girl Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm just like that Cary Grant, Catherine Hepburn. Catherine Hepburn was in everything. So
She was,
yeah,
yes.
it's hard to, but it like this was like, like the first like real screwball comedy. Uh, Although like I definitely was more attached to Blazing Saddles at a younger age. I saw it earlier, but like I feel like Blazing Saddles is more slapstick than Screwball, but with Screwball elements.
Yeah.
It's hard. Arsenic and
I think
Old Lace.
Harrison Ford is in Blazing Saddles.
Harrison Ford?
I thought he was.
Hmm.
Um, he
Maybe
was
as like an extra.
he's been in so many movies.
Yeah,
Like it
he was
always,
in he was in Apocalypse Now.
yeah.
I mean it would make sense that if he was in Blazing Saddles. Oh no, he
Oh,
was in the
oh,
Frisco
it's the Frisco
Kid.
Kid. Sorry, it's the Frisco Kid
Yeah,
that he was in with Gene Wilder.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what it
Which is
was.
based off his character in Blazing Saddles.
Oh, Arsenic and Old Lace is a movie version of that, Linda, that you like? I know the play.
Yeah, there
I've
was a
never
movie
seen the movie.
version.
Yeah.
But it just like when I was talking, like so this was like my first like screwball comedy. And with that like very staccato and the timing of it, um, there's there's especially when we get to the end when he starts revealing like like going back through the evening and layering it. But yeah, I've been watching. I like watched his girl, or I watched Bringing Up Baby. I watched the original Father of the Bride last night.
Oh, wow. That's
I
with
attempted to do pin curls like
yeah.
Elizabeth Taylor did when she was like, and it's the mess that
Mhm.
this is right now. So
I haven't watched a really old movie in ages. Like when I was young, I used to watch them all the time. Like my
wow.
sister and I would do it. We would watch all these old movies. And one of the things Christopher, the costume designer, like last night and I were talking about when we were having our little chat was Now Voyager, which was one of my favorite movies because it's a makeover movie, which is always fun. It's kind of like it's with Betty Davis as well,
Mm,
and it's just so
I
good.
think
It's a
I've seen that.
fantastic. It's about this woman. She basically has some type of mental health issues, and she's living. I think she lives with her mother, and she ends up meeting this psychiatrist who begins treating her. And then he says the best thing that would could happen to you is you could go on a vacation. Of course, she has money, so he takes her away, sweeps her away, and of course through the time they start off like they patted her and they gave her these eyebrows and these glasses and sort of funny. So by the end of it, she's lost the glasses and she's lost, the eyebrows have been
It's
plucked and she's
it's so
lost the
funny
weight.
because I only think of like the makeover movies as like a very 80s shtick. Like
Yeah.
I
So
mean
this would be
love.
1940s, I think. I think it'd be
I
1940s.
mean,
And of course, by the end of it, she's so glamorous. And there's this scene where she's smoking a cigarette. She's on the deck of this boat this cruise liner that they're on there. And they, of
I
course, they
did
fell in love.
I did get a cigarette holder for you, Heidi,
Oh,
but
awesome.
like my
It's
there's
really
one
long.
it's like ridiculously long, and like there's no way a cigarette could like fit, like it's too, I mean like you'd have to get like one of like those lady killer cigarettes.
Yes. Oh, Plexi Bertrand, I still haven't seen it. I have to watch it. She's asking me how
Oh, I haven't
the
watched
new
it
Perry
either.
Mason. I'm watching The Queen's Gambit right now, which
The
is on Netflix with
the next
Anna Taylor-Joy.
I need to watch oh god, we should do some Betty Davis movies.
That'd be so fun.
That would be,
Yeah.
ooh, whatever happened to Baby Jane.
Yeah. And Tatiana's been wanting to do a video on Edith Head, and Edith Head did a lot of her costumes, so that would be really fun. Linda says,
Did,
I also love Betty Davis. You two should do a round. Yes.
did you watch the uh what the feud um Oh, why
The
am I?
Kardashians?
No. The guy that does American Horror Story and Glee and um.
Oh, I don't know.
So
Uh,
but he did like few like a like Betty and Joan Crawford. Ryan Murphy. It was on FX, and it was Jessica Lange was Joan Crawford, and Susan
oh,
Sarandon was Betty Davis.
oh, no, I haven't seen it.
Oh,
I did.
and,
I
Catherine.
read about their feud though. Like it was crazy.
Yes. Oh,
Oh,
Catherine
30 Days to Sing Your Cigarette.
Olivia de Havilland.
30 Days to Sing Your Cigarette Holder is very Cruella de Vil.
It is very Cruella de Vil, but it's like, yeah. Oh,
You will love the Umbrella Academy then because
I know.
the handler, she has this nice little teeny tiny little cigarette holder that she holds like this, and she dresses all 50s.
Yeah, I would like a black and white coat like that. I have a
Yeah, like
very
Cruella, but not made out of dogs.
I have like a cheap acrylic like leopard print coat that I bought for like $20 at a vintage store.
Wow.
Oh, it's so, and it wasn't vintage, but it's cheap. Like I'm surprised like it's not gonna last. I don't even know if it's worth like getting dry cleaned. That's how like cheap this coat is. But
I was going to tell you last night, I don't know, this has nothing to do with anything, but I had this dream last night that there was a tiger at my door. I don't know what this means. Like, if you know anything about, anybody knows anything about dream interpretations, I had a tiger at my door and it kept trying to get in, and I kept having to, we had multiple screens and kind of things, and I kept trying to close the door and keep it out. And then finally, I was in another part of the house and it got in, and I had to run upstairs and lock myself in a room so that it wouldn't kill me.
according to the interwebs, a tiger in the room dream is a symbol of extreme tense situation in real life.
Wow, that makes sense.
I don't know. And believe me, like I'm very like, witchy oriented. Like some of the dream interpretations are like,
I've had other animals at my door in dreams before. I've had other vicious animals
ooh.
before.
We'll unpack this.
Yeah.
Wait, am I gonna do a tarot reading tonight?
Oh, yes, we were going to do a trivia question and then we'll do a tarot reading. By the way, speaking of, this is a terrible segue, but I wanted to thank everybody who left me such kind comments. Rebecca knows this, but my father passed away a little over a week ago, and everyone like in the YouTube community was so lovely, left me such lovely comments. But my father had a good long life. He was 88, and my sister and I were really sad to see him go. But such wonderful things from everyone. That really, really, it was amazing. It just made me feel so much better. I read every message and it really helped a lot. And then my sister, like, she even came and read some of my messages, and I went and read some of her messages. So it was really nice to be able to do that. And I just have to say that COVID sucks.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was really, really nice. And so I was supposed to actually do a live stream with Tony Teflon in LMR, and unfortunately, and then, oh, and you know what? And then Rebecca, just to, the universe giving me the big finger. I then, my son Graydon got sick, and then I got his cold, like it was a non-COVID thing, but I got it, and I was like, oh my God. So anyway, so last night was sort of like the first, outing again. And then tonight, of course, I'm really happy to be out with everybody. And thanks, Aria. That's really sweet. I love Aria's name, by the way. It's Aria Khaleesi.
Oh yeah, Khaleesi.
Fantastic name.
I wonder, like, because Arya and Khaleesi became like very popular girls' names in the last recent years. I wonder how many people actually name their daughters Arya Khaleesi, because like that rolls off the tongue. It's a good name.
It is a really good name. Oh, sorry, hindsight. I just want to clarify. My father died actually of old age. He didn't die from COVID. Well, I was saying, finger
But
COVID.
because she couldn't be with
I
him.
couldn't be, yeah, I couldn't be with him, and also we can't have like we're not doing a funeral. We're doing my stepmother wants to do a celebration of life, which I think is really
Oh, that's
nice.
nice.
And then we're gonna do like a spreading of the ashes kind of thing. So we have to just wait. We can't be together. So that's what sucks, and that's why when see people like getting into having parties and stuff, I get really mad because I'm like I didn't even get to give my dad a hug goodbye. Like so
Yeah.
it's really
I mean,
really hard.
I like tomorrow I'm going to go to Queens to hang out with like I think the count right now is like 5 of us.
Yeah.
Like hang out on a street. Like
Yeah. Oh
my
yeah.
friends they basically like they don't have a rooftop, so they have like Queen's porch. So we're going to like Queen's porch for a few hours to like
Oh,
hang
that's
out,
nice.
and that's the extent. I've only been to a bar.
Yeah, 30 days, true.
Uh, I've been to a bar twice. Um, well, that can't be true, but where I only think I've been to a bar like once where I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna stay and like drink. And I was like, afterwards, I was like, I'm gonna die. Like, waited like 4 days. It's like, that's the, like, I need to go get a COVID test. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, but people also have like, lockdown fatigue, pandemic fatigue.
Yeah, like we're in stage 2 right now. We're going back to stage 3. Like so right now you
Yeah.
can't go to a bar, but they're going to change it. They're moving back again because they've showed at least in our area that
Well,
that the spread isn't because of going out to restaurants and like 30 days was saying, you go to Walmart. Like I went to this is my Halloween story. So Graydon, who's my youngest, he told me Wednesday night that he wanted to go dress for Halloween as an egg. And I'm like, okay, how am I supposed to get an egg? So I thought, all right, well, I can see if I can find an egg costume. And then I thought, well, maybe I'll make an egg costume. Like if it's like an over easy egg, I could just make something. But then he's like, no, I don't want to be over easy. I want to be hard
he wants
boiled.
to be.
And I'm like, great. And I can't just pull that out of like, because he was going to school dressed as it today. And I said, so then he said, well, how about a penguin? And I said, okay, because I happen to have a penguin, partial penguin costume that I made for my other son a couple of years ago. So I said, perfect. But we needed I wanted to get a hat, with a beak, so like a black cap, and then we were going to put some fur on it. But I needed to get a black cap, so we went to Michael's, which is like a craft store in Canada. They didn't have them there, so then we decided to go to this place called Party City. Oh my God. It was crazy there. Like, okay, people were wearing masks, but they weren't following any other kind of protocols, like no social distancing. They didn't have anything on the floor marking where,
Yeah.
the directions to go. No one was monitoring the door to make sure not too many people were coming in. It was like when I went to the vintage store, for instance, she only let 4 people in at a time. So it was like
Right.
a small space. So anyway, it was crazy. So I said to Jack, "Let's get out of here!" Like we just basically bought it and got the heck out of there because
Uh,
and everyone else was complaining too. They were like, "Oh my God, this is awful."
well,
So
it's funny. Like the first time I like went into a store proper, I went into a vintage store here in Brooklyn, and I it's hard to navigate like the 6 feet thing, even though everyone was wearing masks. They were doing a really good job. Like they had a limit. There are definitely like people waiting outside, but like the people inside like did not give a fuck. Like I had like this one girl, and like granted, she was young. I believe like she was definitely a teenager, and I was like, and I don't like being overly like she was wearing a mask, but it was like, whoa, you can wait a minute while I'm looking through this one rack.
yeah,
Like you don't need to get up on me. And it's funny. I had gone to Party City, like I ordered online because Party City around me the week of Halloween is a shit show. So I just
yeah,
ordered it online, going and pick it up. and it was actually pretty okay. And I was in, but it's hard to do 6 feet in those stores. But this
Yeah.
one woman came right behind me, and it's like, lady, like, I'm not expecting you to stand 6 feet apart, but you can stand, like, even on like normal days, it's like you're still too close to me. Like, you have room. And
Yeah,
I
I have to tell you with the COVID thing, I kind of like it because first of all, uh, I don't like people being too close to me, like what you
yeah,
just said.
yeah.
And I remember even before, like just as COVID was about to happen, I was at the grocery store and this guy comes in, he's coughing like everywhere.
Ugh,
And I kept trying to like get away from him. I was at the grocery store and like no one was wearing masks, of course, at this point, right? So, and they weren't even like talking about lockdown or anything at this point. But I'm like, this dude is sick. I'm out of here. So I ran to the other side of the store. It didn't matter where I went in the store. He seemed to always be there. I'm like, dude, like cover, like, because my kids have been taught to cough into their elbow, right? Like that's
yeah,
what you're taught to do.
yeah.
And so yeah, so I have to say I actually love online shopping and I love like normally Linda, me too. I would normally and Rebecca, I would normally do
Oh yeah,
would have done it online. That's why I was like, great, and oh my God. So I said, next year you're gonna have to at least give me a few weeks notice.
yeah. No, I was only in that store to I
Oh,
was only
30
in the
days.
store to like do a pickup.
Yeah.
Because I knew I didn't want to take a chance, and they were all, and it's literally like it's in walking distance from my house. Like, I'm not going to pay for delivery, especially right now. Hey, everybody in the US, please vote on Tuesday if you haven't already voted. And if you have an absentee ballot, do not mail it in. Go find your nearest drop off place. The the mail is fucked right now. We won't go into all the reasons why it's fucked right now, but please, this is my urging, like, go vote if you haven't already. And if you're gonna do absentee, like, research where your ballot drop-offs are. Don't mail them, because it's probably, they'll take postmark after they'll technically take it if it's postmarked by the 3rd, but don't take chances. Drop it off. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
yeah,
if you live in Canada, you don't have to vote.
yeah.
We
Uh,
don't have an election,
uh,
but we will be watching your election very
oh,
closely.
Tuesday is going to be rough.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sorry.
Leslie Bertrand, she's asking what's the best costume I've ever made for my kids. And well, I did Pingu, which is where actually I got the one penguin costume. So Pingu and his sister, like I don't know if you guys know Pingu, it's like claymation. Do you know that, Shadowcat Becks? Rebecca?
I'm sorry. I was
Do you
looking
know
at.
Pingu? Pingu? The little claymation penguins? Pingu. I don't even know what country. I think it's
No.
Italy. And then the oh, and a couple of years ago, I made Leland, Freddie, Five Nights at Freddy's. That was probably one of the hardest costumes I've made for my kids. It's a game, and then I did actually. I also did. Um, I've done a couple of video. I've done a couple of video game characters for him. Oh, I did. Oh, I did Sonic. That one was really actually
Oh,
really
that's a good
fun.
one.
Yeah. So, yeah, so I've done a lot of video game characters, and of course, they've done Mario and Luigi, which I actually bought those from Etsy though. So pretty much every year, Graydon did was the cutest thing was Kirby. Oh my God, I don't know if you guys know Kirby. It was also a Nintendo character.
Oh,
He's like a little pink alien blob.
I, my,
Richard Pryor.
oh, well, because Fair Day Reviews, like, he's like, I voted for none of the above. And,
You spoiled your ballot.
no, 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 no. So, did you ever see Brewster's Millions?
Oh, probably years ago. Yeah.
Oh, so Brewster's Millions. So Richard Pryor um, was a minor league baseball player, and he found out he was like the sole descendant from like this old racist white man, and they're like, all right, we're giving you like $3 million, but you have to spend all the money, like you have to
Oh,
spend
yes, yes.
all the
Okay.
money in 30 days.
I could do that, no problem.
But still, like, you know, all you have is the shirt on your back at the end of it. So he decides to run a political campaign, but he can't win. So his whole thing is like, vote for none of the above.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay,
Yeah.
I have to see that movie again. That sounds
It's,
so
it's a
funny.
good movie. It's a good movie.
Brewster's Millions. He's a
Brewster,
flying vacuum, says.
it also, yeah, and like I'm a huge baseball fan. So like there's like an element of baseball. Although it was funny because it was made in the 80s and he basically spent money for he played for the Hackensack Bulls
Oh, okay.
and he spent money on exhibition game between them and the Yankees. And it's like, even though like everyone was like, oh, the Yankees, 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 the Yankees sucked in the 80s. But that's my other podcast where I like
Yeah.
talk about baseball. We can just
I don't really know much about sports. I did watch a little bit of baseball when I was younger and hockey, like a hockey. If anything, I would probably know more about hockey because I'm Canadian and we have
yeah.
to know about hockey.
Yes.
Oh, 30 Days says I didn't know that was a movie.
Yeah. No. Oh, the 3 days, like, because that was his slogan: vote for none of the above.
That's so funny.
So yeah, but I mean, he was like running for mayor, not president. But
Oh, okay.
you should.
Sounds like it's kind of like it sounds sort of like Lovecraft Country, where he's a descendant of a white racist
Oh
who leaves
God,
him a lot of money.
um, yeah, yeah, a little bit, but it's a funny movie. It's like it's a very good Richard Pryor movie. So
Yeah. Okay, so I know, guys, we were talking about Clue. Do you guys, what do you want? We'll go back to, we did this also with, no, it's fine. I don't mind. I like chatting.
This is a me and Heidi stream.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm already
We don't have any structure. We just
I'm
sort of
already
go
on
with the flow.
can of bubbles number 2.
Well, I'm waiting for my champagne. This is terrible. I'm like, yeah, I'm still waiting for it. Maybe Jack forgot about me.
Need to fire that guy.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna go talk to him. You hold the fort for a minute.
Yeah, sure. I can't bring you guys up in the chat, but so let's talk like in the chat. Like, what was your favorite scene in Clue? Like, or who's your favorite character in Clue? I personally, I go back and forth every time. I mean, I think my actual favorite character / actor in Clue is the one and only Tim Curry. And yes, please hit the like button, everybody. It really helps. It really helps out everybody a lot. Yes. Angel Lover. Yeah. Tim Curry. I mean, Tim Curry is like the most amazing person, like most amazing actor. And they definitely, while they we'll talk about Mr. Body in a minute. But Wadsworth, well, I guess, are you saying Mr. Body? Because at one point he revealed himself to be Mr. Body, but we're going to say in the context of this conversation that he's Wadsworth. But originally, they had multiple characters attached, or they had multiple actors attached to the project prior to Tim Curry. And one of them was Rowan Atkinson, aka Mr. Bean. But this was before Mr. Bean. I believe he was in Black Adler at the time, but that had not hit the US at this point, at the point in time, like in 1985. Well, this came out in 85. So 84, 85, Rowan Atkinson was not somebody who they US audiences would have known, but the US in their next choice after the studio passed on Rowan Atkinson, they the director Jonathan Lynn, who was good friends with Tim Curry from like their college days, or as they say in Britain, university. They went to university together, and and obviously Dr. Frankfurter. So there was already a little bit of a, Tim Curry already had a little bit of a cult following. And I think Tim Curry is perfect for this. Like he made the role very theatrical. That's what I really love about everybody in this cast. Like they know how to play big. Where like film acting, like there's a lot of subtlety in film acting, like modern film acting, where you know these guys were all doing big. And I wouldn't call it broad, even though like there are a lot of pratfalls and like a lot of like slapstick elements. Everything was, a little, it's all over the top. Like you would like see more in theater because you have to like do it a little bit more over the top in theater. But yeah, like Tim Curry brought that like theatrical element to it. And I actually like I saw Clue before I saw
Rocky Horror.
Rocky Horror. Just because of the age. Like I saw Clue at a younger age, and yeah. And like my three, like my Tim Curry trifecta: Clue, Rocky Horror, The Hunt for October. Go figure.
Wow. Yeah, that's really. It was funny because I just shared today because he's also in the original It, and I shared
Oh,
that today, and which I've never seen because I am terrified of clowns.
yeah. Well, in hindsight, just said, and I forgot, like, because honestly, like, I've only seen Legend once or twice, and yes, you're right, Tim Curry was in Legend, and for whatever reason, like, Legend just out of a like, I love movies like that, but Legend just kind of didn't make it into. Well, you don't have to be a Rocky Horror fan.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I mean, Rocky Horror, like, it's not good. I mean, like, it's one of the, like, it falls apart at the end. Like, it starts super strong. Like, I personally like watching the film by myself. Like, I probably only get like halfway through it, and then I'm like, all right, that's it, that's done. Where I was like going to a midnight screening and like seeing everybody like perform with it, like that's a whole different story. But but the whole point, Rocky Horror was definitely how Tim Curry became known to US audiences, because he would have just been, if it had not been for Rocky Horror, he would have been a stage actor. I'm sure somebody would have found him at some point, but
Oh yeah, it's basically I think how
but,
he got
but
discovered.
and then, oh God. And I am not, I've seen, like, I saw the original. I have not seen the remake of it. And I feel like the general consensus is that people like the remake of it. But they still think like Tim Curry is like the Pennywise.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
My son saw it with his dad. And I was like, because I'm not watching it. You guys can watch it. So
yeah.
they did,
The
and
new one or the old one?
the new one. Sorry, the
Yeah.
new one. Yeah, with Bill Skarsgård, one of the Skarsgårds. The Skarsgårds are everywhere.
Scards.
They're Skarsgårds.
Scards. Um, I wait. Oh wait. That's how are you? I'm looking at the chat. I'm trying to figure out like the.
Oh, it was behind here.
Uh,
Part two is okay.
whenever I watch Rocky Horror, I'm like, and then, 30 reviews. Do you not like Labyrinth? I love Labyrinth. I I remember.
No, I think he says he doesn't know what's going on with Labyrinth. I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah. Labyrinth is like a pretty simple story. I remember when I got my wisdom teeth taken out my senior year in high school, one of my best friends came over with like ice cream, and like she rented Labyrinth at Blockbuster, and I just like sat there and I was like not happy because I had a cold
Oh yeah.
also. So I kept sneezing and kept breaking my blood clots, which was
Oh my God.
like hurt. It hurt really bad. It was like I was like bruised all over. My parents' best friends were in town for the weekend and they like kept fucking it was horrible. I hated everybody when I got my wisdom teeth taken out. But
I've
I
never had to have them
it's
done.
Labyrinth.
Chapter 2 of it was really good, but not as good as the 2017. And it's funny because it's a really good cast, but I can't watch it. I can't watch anything with clowns. I used to have a costume, like I think I told you, like, even when I was doing
Woo.
theater, I used to have a little costume business, and I had a no clown policy, and people were always like, "What's that about?" And I'm like, "I hate clowns. I wouldn't sell clown." I even put it on my website, like no clown noses, no clown makeup, no clown shoes, no
So
clown
what was
wigs.
your early experience with clowns that got
I
you?
don't know. I don't even know. I just uh I'm not really sure because it's funny because my dad we went to a Christmas party. My dad dressed up like a clown, and that didn't bother me for some reason. I think it's a thing that came later. Like I just sort of
Hmm.
developed this thing. Like there's apparently a phobia.
Oh yeah, no, it's a real thing. I have to there's a podcast I listen to called The Shadow Trap. Um and they go over all the archetypes of horror and uh like dark fantasy, and they literally just came out with like their evil clowns episode. But it's a
Oh
podcast.
my
So
God.
yeah,
Oh, so you wouldn't have you can just listen to it. You don't
you
have
can
to
listen
actually.
to it and they're great.
Yeah.
And they kind of like break down like they always center it off like a very specific movie, like so they like we're doing like evil clowns from outer space, which I think was like in the 70s,
Mm-hmm.
very B horror film. And but they it's a great podcast. Like I'll send you I'll send you, but everyone,
Okay.
it's called The Shadow Trap. They're also known as they do a podcast about Twin Peaks called Diane, which I think is one of the best like Twin Peaks podcasts out there. I'm a huge Twin Peaks fan. Oh my god. If you ever want to talk about Twin Peaks, Heidi,
Oh, okay.
I'm your
I
girl.
I haven't I think I watched it back in the 80s, but I to be honest with you, I can't really
Oh,
remember.
sure.
Yeah.
It's
Uh
I can see how I remember in when my mom and I remember my mom and I were like, "Oh, everyone's talking about Twin Peaks." And granted, I'm like 12.
yeah.
Um and we walk and I definitely remember what the episode was, and it was a really fucked up episode. I'm not surprised it didn't last very long on network television,
Mhm.
but when you go back and watch it, it's like, oh, this is I mean, it's why we have so much great esoteric television
Mhm.
on today. It like
Absolutely, yeah.
broke so many grounds, and like even like when you talk to like David Chase, who did The Sopranos, who probably was like the first big forerunner of this like golden age of television that we're in, like very much was like, oh, how much like Twin Peaks was like a visual reference.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things, like a lot of little subtle things in like those like shows of like the late 90s, early aughts that definitely like took from Twin Peaks. Because, you know, TV's not an easy, it's not, and you don't get like the big crane shots. You don't get the big like the budgets for the helicopter shots. So you have to like make do with a lot, but you know, so that's why a lot of television, it's just like no there it's more interesting now, but yeah,
I'm seeing shows like that now be have you heard of this term prestige TV?
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
and
sort of like a little higher end
totally.
Well, and I mean, the thing I remember about Twin Peaks is that there's a character in it named Leland, which is my son's name.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't want to say anything about him.
Leland
Is
uh,
Laura's father, I think. Laura Palmer.
Laura Palmer's father.
Yeah.
In the definitely like one of the premier performances in like the original series. Um, but that's a whole different discussion.
Yeah. The
But
actor who plays Leland, actually, he used to be on this other show that I used to love. It was I think it was called Reaper, where these is it Reaper? Uh,
sorry, yeah.
it was he plays the devil. He has his son, a human son who works at like a Home Depot or something, and him and his friend have to go around like collecting souls for him for their father. And it was really really funny, but it was very short lived, and I love that show. So I'm so sorry that it's not with us
Uh,
anymore. Oh,
I,
who's
I
Garland Briggs?
Colonel Briggs, he was another main or like side character in
Oh,
the
okay.
original Twin Peaks, who ended up being a very important character in the new season. But um, oh my god, or we're gonna like. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not wearing my glasses, so like it's hard for me to type and look at the chat. But oh my god, uh, I'm gonna like maybe I should
Oh, that's you,
do like
sorry.
a live stream about Twin Peaks
You
sometime.
should.
Well, and this is what I was trying to respond to 30-day reviews. Like, I don't know if you're joking, that he's never heard of Twin Peaks.
Yeah, he hasn't.
Um,
He's probably being truthful.
okay, no,
Yeah.
and like so. I
Well,
mean,
Justin, I don't know how old you are. He might be too young to know it.
no. Well, I mean, it. So, Twin Peaks was a show. Originally, like, oh god, like,
Oh, he's 36. Okay.
yeah, in the like early '90s. So, uh, early '90s. It was created by David Lynch and Mark Frost. Um, I'm only surprised because there were like Twin Peaks got revived, like they brought a revival back a couple of years ago. Which, and I can understand like if you haven't seen it, but it's a big David Lynch thing. I think like at
Hmm.
this point, it's like the thing that David Lynch is like most known for.
Yeah.
Um,
Justin, I don't think you've seen Game of Thrones either, though, have you? I don't think he's seen Game of Thrones.
Oh, and Justin, you're right now. Like drones are definitely like making things a lot easier. But definitely, like
Oh,
when you're
you
talking
grew up
about
in.
like in the '90s and early aughts, there were no drones, and like there was like a very different level of like television production in the '90s and early aughts are not. It wasn't like like if you even go back and look at like a show like Sopranos, like they're doing things like down and dirty and like, and they had a high budget for a television show, but they were basically like they were making our show like they'd had like 13 hours of episodes um for probably the equivalent of a 2-hour film.
Hmm.
So yeah.
He says he was in Guatemala and didn't have much
uh
TV. I didn't know that, Justin.
yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah, sorry. That but it's definitely like David Lynch's like most, I think at this point David Lynch's like most well-known
Yeah.
work that he's done. Even though it's not
And
just
Kyle MacLachlan's done a lot of his.
oh, yes.
They've been
Um
tied together quite a bit. If you, I
dude,
don't know if you
oh
know
my
who Kyle
god. A
MacLachlan
couple
is.
years ago, like there was a big thing a few years ago where people we'd tweet at Kyle MacLachlan to ask him to say happy birthday, and he would do it.
Oh my God,
And
really?
and it was a couple years ago. I tweeted out. I was like, so is it really a thing that you can ask Kyle MacLachlan for a birthday shout out? And I was like, because guess what? And he just answered, let me guess, and put coffee and cherries and birthday cake. And it was like, my life was made.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. It was like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that was a
He was in
moment.
the original Dune, which is now being remade, which I just rewatched not that long ago. I watched
The
it.
original Dune,
I watched the original
well,
Dune about 6 months
I,
ago.
you there can't be elements that I appreciate about the original Dune, and there are things watching the original Dune where it's like, okay, I see more. I think it's a great way to look at David Lynch's body of work.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it did justice to
Mm-hmm.
Dune. And I think David Lynch will readily agree it did not do justice. Do you know that they approached David Lynch to direct Return of the Jedi?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And he said no, and he did Dune instead.
Yeah.
Um,
I
because
actually,
they had I guess he had done Elephant Man and Eraserhead at that point. I can't remember the years. And Elephant Man produced by Mel Brooks.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, 30 Days says he loved Jericho. I was gonna say, my husband loved Jericho, 30 Days. It's like talking about apocalyptic type shows.
Mm.
Apocalyptic shows are huge now. Like just it was funny. There was this huge trend with the Hunger Games and stuff, and then in television, and it's just I don't even think it's even gone away. I think it's still kind of there.
Well, I think it's always there. Although yeah, maybe at the moment it might be
Oh my God, though, but did you see the new Michael Bay movie?
what new Michael Bay movie?
There's a new Michael Bay movie coming out, and basically it's about the coronavirus.
Oh, I mean, A,
It,
no, and B,
yeah,
no.
except if the coronavirus mutated and we had been in lockdown for 4 years and basically living in a police
How
state.
is he?
I don't know how we got it greenlit, to be
This is
honest with you.
the other thing. I'm getting a little frustrated about the whole and I understand where it stems from, but I'm getting a little frustrated about the whole state of docu-series where it's
Hmm.
this thing just happened a couple of years ago. Why am I already seeing a 10-part documentary series about it? And at some point it's no, you can't there needs to be time and perspective.
Yeah.
And even though I didn't particularly like The Last Dance, which was that big Michael Jordan um docu-series on Netflix. But it's what was crazy, it's I'm surprised it hadn't come out before, because they had all that footage, they were shooting. I mean, they had all the TV footage from the actual games, and they were
Hmm.
shooting stuff. And it's I feel like you need to let things age a little bit before you make you make a movie about it.
Yeah. 30 Days, such a great point. He says it took them 80 years. I mean, they had made a couple of movies
Well,
about Titanic, but it took 80 years for them to make Titanic. It took them 3 to make a movie about 9/11. Yeah, sorry,
well,
but they need to get their stuff together and let
yeah,
that
no,
time
and
pass.
I and even after even a 9/11 movie, um
Which, by the way, I've never
well,
seen any of
although
it.
the if he's referring to, I think
The
you're
Nicolas
referring to
Cage?
the no, there was a documentary that came out
Okay.
on HBO about 9/11, and and I actually think it was well done. Um there was something about like, especially like how it unfolded in like the real time unfolding, because like, for better or for worse, there was like a documentary crew. They were at like a fire station just really close to the World Trade Center, and they were already filming that morning. And they were like the only cameras that got the first plane going into the building.
Mm-hmm.
Um and that was, oh, sorry. I lived in New York that like then, and it's like, oh, there like I remember watching that documentary, and that was like very hard, like, because they were filming right at that moment, and they were so close, and like they just heard the noise, and the cameraman just had like, he followed it. And it's, you know there was something, it was a little bit different. Like, I can forgive that documentary for
Mm-hmm.
coming out, and but it also set a bad precedent. Like, oh, everything has to like,
Yeah.
uh,
It's like we had a murder in Canada. It's a really famous case, like probably one of the most famous cases in Canada. And they made an American movie about it. And you should have seen the uproar in our country about it. Like, I don't know. Well, first of all, it sounds like it would have been like a movie of the week, which, but it was such a heinous, horrible, horrible crime. And so I don't know anybody who ever even watched it. And we were just like, why would they make a movie about that? I just don't get it, why they would do that. Like, there's been serial killer movies that have been done, um like the Zodiac, but that, or the Zodiac killer, but that was based on, like, it from the 70s type of thing.
mhm.
So but when like, if you take something like, like doing a movie about Jeffrey Dahmer, like, I just, like, in our time, like, it just seems like it's such a strange thing to do when we're actually living it. Hey, Tatiana, she's back.
Hi. Well, and is 30 days, his name's Justin.
Yes, it's
Oh, all right. So
Justin.
Justin, you're right. There was a dumb, like, there was a dumb movie. It wasn't the documentary.
I know, I think it's the Nicolas Cage one.
I don't remember. And I
Yeah.
think I think it was, well, the first one, I and I could be wrong. I think the first one was about the one where the passengers actually like brought the plane down before it hit their target.
Oh, it's called World Trade Center, the one with Nicolas Cage.
Oh, I thought there was one about the all right, so there were the two planes in the World Trade Center. There was the one in the Pentagon, and there was one that crashed in Pennsylvania. And what we later found out was that the passengers were like, there was a group of passengers that were able to crash the plane. Or they were,
Rebecca, I've got my champagne. Do you want to do a toast?
yes.
Okay, I finally got my champagne, everybody. Woohoo! Cheers, my dear. So I
I
have
wish I had oh yeah, I need to do it
clink,
in front of my chink.
clink.
uh I wish I had like Elaine Brennan's like gravitas is like, well, I don't want us be silent, and this is my job as my husband, like my husband's duty, and I just want everyone. It's always hard for new friends to be together, but I'm determined to have a good time.
Yeah. Oh, Angel ever says Americans love true crime. Is that what it is? I know it was funny. Oh my God, or not John Heater. Who is that? The guy from Saturday Night Live. He does the funniest impression of the guy from that true crime show, which I've never watched. Like, I don't watch any of those types of shows. Yeah, no, yeah. There's been a few Titanic movies, but I get the sentiment of what Justin's saying. Speaking of Eileen Brennan, you said you have a story about her, the Mrs.
Oh
Peacock.
well, yes.
Here, let me get a picture of her.
Yes,
Now that I
bring
have my
that for
champagne, I
her.
feel like more like Mrs. Peacock now.
Yeah. Well, so this poor woman was in had been in a terrible auto accident.
Oh, really?
Like not that long, like maybe
Oh,
like
she's
2
there.
years ago. And the description I read, I mean, shattered bones, including like shattered bones in her face. Um,
Wow.
and she had actually, right before she did this movie, she'd done a stint at Betty Ford because she became addicted to the painkillers.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So this poor woman, I believe like she passed away years ago, from like the interview, like years before like the interviews that I read. But Michael McKean, aka Mr. Green, um, aka like was he like Squiggy or in
Yeah, he was Lenny.
Lenny
Yeah, in Laverne and
in
Shirley.
Laverne and Shirley?
Hmm.
But
Yeah, I've got a picture of him here too. Michael
Yes,
McKean,
but
right?
he was talking. Well, either him or Christopher Lloyd were like talking about like this poor woman was still in pain. Um,
There's Michael
I mean,
McKean.
I know I broke my ankle in 3 spots, and I got Vicodin at the ER. I got Percocet after surgery, and after like 2 weeks, I was like, oh, I am not taking any of that shit anymore if I don't have to. But I mean, she shattered bones, facial, eye sockets shattered, jaw shattered. Um, and this is like the most amazingly, like, other than Tim Curry, like her physical performance is by
Hmm.
far the best. She's physical, she's over the top, she's theatrical, and I don't know, I just like, I've always loved that performance, but even more so like finding out like she was just in constant physical pain during the whole time.
Wow,
And
that is awful.
fantastic. I'm sure she had. I mean, anytime like you have like that bad of facial injuries, like you get some amount of reconstructive surgery, but you
You
know,
don't see like her skin looks flawless though. Like I don't see anything, any
well,
scars.
uh, I know the accident happened in LA, and
Oh yeah, there's lots of
well,
they can
and
hide it in the hairline.
well, my no, the a lot. I mean, and even anywhere you go, like when you're in like that kind of a tragic like accident that's gonna like fuck up your face, like one of the first surgeons that like they bring in plastic surgeons right
Hmm.
away,
Yeah.
because like plastic surgeons don't just do boobs and facelifts, like
Hmm.
they
They do.
do.
Yeah, I actually years ago, we my friend her she had a neighbor who came in. He was actually from New Zealand. He was a doctor and he was doing a study at Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto, which is like a internationally known hospital. And he
Mhm.
was a plastic surgeon, and his area of expertise was dog bites
Oh,
and dealing with children who'd had dog bites. Like, can you imagine? Like, I'd
well,
be,
so my best friend Leslie, she one time, and this was in like relative, like when I was living in LA, and like she's from LA, and she had like an IKEA like rip her tongue apart or rip her lip apart. And but Leslie's father was a plastic surgeon. He was retired at that point, but like her first
yeah.
call, like she didn't go to an ER. She called her dad, and he called his partner, and like the very first thing, like, was like, oh, don't get stitched. Like, I mean, she got stitches, but she got stitches by like a very good plastic surgeon. And it's like,
Hmm.
and you couldn't even when I saw her, like you couldn't even see the stitches because he was, I mean, like the lip was like literally like this, like ripped open like this.
Oh my God.
Um, and it was bad. Uh, not like, I don't know. I have a lot of friends who have like had dog bites on their faces, but no, and like just like talking about like doing like the internal layers of
Yeah, this is
stitches.
just it. Like they have to know the whole the whole
Yeah,
construction.
yeah. But so, but anyway, back to like, so she, and like I said, I had like, I had a major break. Nothing shattered, but I had multiple breaks. I have hardware in my body. Um, but she gave like a really big physical performance, like still being in pain and coming off a pain like killer addiction. So,
Mm,
you know,
yeah.
uh, I know there was a question in the chat, like my favorite quip.
Oh yeah, yeah. Do you have one?
I mean, like, I mean, obviously, like the flames on the side of my
Yes.
face is like the best one. I don't know, like, there's so many, like, uh, I mean, I love like the last line, like, I'm gonna go home and sleep with my wife. Um, but uh there's also the one between Martin Mull and Tim Curry. It's like, oh well, there's a lot of like the whole like the runner of like Too Late. It's like, long story short, too late. Um or like, the one thing I don't understand, the one thing that those were, they had like a lot of good runners
Hmm.
in this thing. I mean, I think my favorite snappy character is definitely Miss Scarlet.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes. Um
And Leslie Ann Warren's timing is amazing. She's
yes.
just like,
Yes. But yeah. No, I always like, I definitely like, I mean, she's got a presence, and I feel like there's a way, like, when, because I watched it at an like a very young age, and there was something like, when I started becoming a woman, it was like, oh, I feel like I move a little bit like Leslie Ann Warren at times, like when I want to be like that kind of woman.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sure, I'll eat anything. Yeah. Uh, and I love Martin Mull. Martin Mull at like,
Oh, I know. I loved Martin Mull. You know, he used to be on Roseanne.
yes,
He played her boss.
yeah, yeah. He's also Gene Parmesan.
Yes.
He's like, for all the Arrested Development fans.
Oh, poor Mark Hamill. Yeah, he was in a terrible accident.
Mm, yeah. I actually met Mark
We were talking
Hamill
about,
one time.
oh, did you really? Oh, I'm so jealous.
So my friend
Oh,
who
I'd be more jealous if it was Harrison Ford, but I'm a little jealous it's Mark Hamill.
My friend who had gotten the dog bite, she dated his son for a little bit, and
Oh my
they,
God, really?
yeah, and he had like a party at like his dad's house in Malibu, and it was a little weird because at some point mom and dad like were like, hey, we're saying hi to everybody and we're gonna leave. And there was a little bit like, I want to freak the fuck out because
Yeah.
I am like standing in front of Luke Skywalker.
No, I know.
And,
No kidding.
and what? And at the time, like, I was, my friend was dating his son, but they were also like not really at the point to be like introducing people to parents. So there was a little like awkwardness, like when we like said hi. I think like he knew like, oh, this is the girl my son's dating, but I'm gonna like play it cool. And then here's her like crazy friend who's like, I want to talk to you so bad. Like,
Oh my
I
gosh.
love
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker.
Totally.
So that's my Mark Hamill story, everybody.
That's very cool.
But but yeah.
Yeah, I just actually 30 Days of saying Harrison Ford is an all-around badass in movies in real
Woo!
life. I actually we just watched, like, we've been going, I think I told you this on Friday nights. The kids are watching a movie right now, Paranorman. We've been going through like watching all these old movies. So we watch Raiders of the Lost Ark, Jurassic
Mm.
Park. We watch all the Back to the Future movies. Speaking of Christopher Lloyd, who's on the camera
And
screen.
this came out
Hmm.
before Back to the
Oops. Oh,
So
did it really?
yeah,
Oh, wow. Okay.
yeah. So this came out. So Chris, did you ever watch Taxi?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah.
So Christopher Lloyd was in Taxi,
Hmm.
but out of all the actors, like Christopher Lloyd was the unknown, or
Really?
like
Oh, I
he,
know. Yeah, I know. Because I know Jeff, the guy who was also in Greece. He was a pretty big name. Kanicki in Greece. Jeff Conway, I think. He was a pretty big name on Taxi. Like, I think he was this.
I'm sorry, talking about I was like,
Oh,
who's
sorry,
Jeff
you were
in
saying.
this
Oh,
movie?
sorry, you were saying was Christopher Lloyd the only unknown on Taxi, or he was
No,
the
no,
only?
no. So Christopher Lloyd was saying like he was like the more newbie
Oh, sorry, you meant in
compared
Clue. Oh, I thought
in
you meant on
Clue.
Taxi.
No,
I
no, no.
apologize.
You know,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
I think he'd been on Taxi for a few years, and
Yeah,
um,
so he hadn't had his sort of breakout role yet. Like
no,
he,
no,
yeah.
this came out before
Hmm.
Back to
Back
the
to the
Future.
Future. Yeah. So we've been doing that, and so excuse me, it was really fun watching Raiders of the Lost Ark with Harrison Ford, because it's like, oh my god, I haven't seen this in so long. It's really really fun, but it's weird because I don't know. It just seems like when you watch these movies, when you go back, they just seem like pretty simple stories now. Like they don't seem that
Oh
complex
no,
or developed,
well,
like compared to a story now.
and especially like when we're like going through like all like especially when we're like going through shows who like keep picking up on the tropes. Like we had
Hmm.
like the Lovecraft Country episode, which was like very much like, oh, this is like Raiders of the
Yep.
Lost Ark or what like my I've seen all the Indiana Jones movies. I don't know I could not tell you the difference between Raiders or the Temple of Doom. I just know there was one with Sean Connery in it, and that was the third
Yeah.
one. And there was
Yeah.
like the fourth one, which was dumb and
Yeah.
sorry,
True.
like bought tickets to it like in a big movie theater. But um yeah, it's like once you like are really examining all this and it is like interesting. It's like, oh, like these are the tropes that we see over and over, which is not bad, you know. It helps like kind of tie us into like even in Clue, like we were talking before, like, it was very much like designed after like theatrical whodunits
Yeah.
and Perot. Um,
Yes.
like to actually like keep the whole thing um because the whole premise at the time, like, we're gonna make a movie based off a fucking board game, which although at this point it's like,
Hindsight, like the
well,
last Raiders movie, The
I
Last
oh I
Crusade.
did I mean I'm a big Sean Connery fan, so like you can't uh
My favorite Sean Connery movie is Highlander. I would have to say, when he
ooh,
plays the
that's a good
Spanish
one.
peacock.
Yeah.
So good in that.
Wait,
And
did you say a Spanish peacock or a
he's a Spanish peacock.
oh?
He calls him because he dresses up really fancy. Like he wears like
I
sort of.
mean, but I was like Spanish or Scottish because like there's something about like peacock colors, like
Yes,
Um,
his character, even though it's like they're Scottish, his particular character, his Highlander, he's not a Highlander, he's an immortal, I guess you'd
yeah,
call it.
yeah.
But he happens to be Spanish, and
Oh,
so he has like a mustache, I think,
I've
and a
only
little chin beard, and he wears like a sort of a red doublet. It's great. The costumes in the movie are great. But
have you ever seen Zardos?
no, what's that?
Oh, oh my God, Heidi. I don't even know.
Oh,
Please,
hey, Leonard. Hi, Leonard. We have a newbie.
hi, Leonard. Zardos is the. Have you ever seen that, like, those pictures of Sean Connery, dark hair, like long ponytail beard, and he's like running around in like a red diaper?
Oh, yes, yes, I've seen
Yeah,
it.
that's Zardos.
Yes. Is it
Um,
science fiction?
it's
There it is. Oh, yeah, I've
sure.
got it.
It
Oh,
is.
my Lord. Okay, I'm going
It
to share
is
this.
a.
I have to share this with everybody.
It is an experience. Um,
Okay, I'm going to share this with everybody.
I,
I got to share
I
this.
I already know what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, wait, maybe remove this. No, I don't want to remove that. Stop. Oh, here. Okay. I got to share the screen again. And then I can pick.
oh, hey, Aria, a Monopoly film is going to be like 8 hours long and never end, and it's going to ruin families. They're
Yeah.
talking about like
Oh my God.
the movie
I've never seen it.
is,
I have to see this now.
is as ridiculous as that outfit.
This is basically Borat must have borrowed from this.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Zardos is Heidi, you and I like need to figure out, like, we need to watch this movie
yeah.
together. Like, we could do like a viewing party.
This is so funny because it says they have to describe it. They say Sean Connery, British actor, holding a handgun while wearing thigh-high boots and red costume with his hair in a ponytail, standing in a snowy landscape in a publicity portrait for the portrait issued for the film Zardoz,
And
1974.
I will
My
say
God.
I like my men hairy.
Yeah, me too.
But
But he needs some manscaping. Oh, 30 days would come in handy with this. He's got a channel on grooming.
oh,
But I don't know if you do body grooming,
I mean,
Justin, if
the
you're still here.
whole movie, like,
Justin saying he may have to steal this look.
yeah. Oh, well, if anyone here watched Community, there was definitely a scene, like, there was a
See if I can zoom
Halloween
in.
episode where Starburns, if anyone knows Community, like, Starburns was walking around in this costume, which was, yeah. Well, I mean, 3 days, like, there's makeup to put body hair on.
Justin, you have body hair, I'm pretty sure, don't you?
Well, I mean,
Maybe that's kind of a personal question. Okay, sorry.
Again, it was so.
I don't know what is going
like,
on here.
imagine, like, the rest of the movie
There we
is
go.
like, Heidi, like, we definitely like need to like figure out, that would be a good movie for us to, like, you, me, and Jack, and
Yes, let's do it.
my gentleman friend, to like watch it on. Yeah.
I'm trying to reshare this screen and it's not letting me for some reason. I've crashed the program. Not like that. I have the European thin, not visible body hair. Laugh out loud.
Oh, well,
Oh, we need pictures.
You're kind of like the more blonde, redheady.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then but I've seen you in the shower.
Don't
Like
wait,
not in
Daddy
person.
the movie. Don't wait, Daddy the movie.
Okay, my computer's crashed. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can close it.
Here, I'm gonna.
Can you guys hear me?
I need to, like, take care of felines for a minute, so I'm gonna step away for just a
Okay.
minute.
Can you guys still hear me? Because my computer is crashing.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I tried to share the screen and it just froze up. Oh, okay. So if I lose you guys, I'll be right back.
Heidi, are you?
Hi, I'm
Ah,
back.
there you are.
Yeah.
Oh my God, and like there's a third of you.
Okay. Is there a third me?
Or a second you. Oh, it's gone.
Okay. So so what happened was I tried to share. I closed the window. I tried to reshare Zardos, and then it completely crashed the system. So Zardos. Yeah. So anyway, sorry about that. And I think part of the problem is I had my Halloween creep like funny pictures app loaded, and that was causing some issues. Angel Lover says, "Hey, Hottie, have you ever watched If the Shoe Fits with Jennifer Grey and Rob Lowe?" No, I haven't. Oops, wait. I want you to put that up there. Oh, wait, here. No, I haven't seen it. And you know, it sounds like something I would love because I love Jennifer Grey and Rob Lowe. Who could bring the Monopoly Man to the screen? Oh, I keep clicking on the wrong things. Wiki says that Burt Reynolds was originally cast as lead in Zardos. Connery took the role because he couldn't get any roles after quitting Bond franchise. Wow, that is just shocking. You're a bit fuzzy now. Yes, Justin and I just completely crashed there. And then Tatiana says, the sexiest depiction of masculinity ever put on celluloid paper. I'm going to have to watch that movie now. There's so many movies and not enough time. Yeah, no, 30 days. It didn't stop the stream because I'm using StreamYard. I don't know if you guys are using StreamYard. It's really good. Rebecca's gone. Oh, no, I hear her. She's feeding the kitty cats. Rebecca, when you come back, I'm going to go get some more champagne.
Yeah.
So anyone who has just popped in here, Leonard, you're new. I don't know you, so welcome. Thank you for everybody else who's been hanging out with us. We've got Aria, we've got 30 Days, who's Justin. We got Tatiana Melendez, who is one of my Game of Queens. Tatiana, we have to talk soon because Tatiana and I think need to do a stream. Actually, Rebecca, you should come on because I want to talk about doing, maybe what we want to see in the prequels of Game of Thrones. Like, so they've, they've done a bit of casting. And there's been discussion about the thing. So wouldn't that be fun to do that in the prequel? What we'd like to see?
The one big casting news about the prequel, and I can't remember the actor's name. He was
the Irish actor.
Yeah, and the Targaryen king that he got casted for, I was like, oh, it's right. It's
is it Ares the first?
I thought he was.
Tatiana will know.
Yeah.
Oh, bye, Linda. Thank you so much for coming.
Linda, I think he's Viserys.
Viserys. Maybe you're right. First. Yes, I think it's Viserys the first. You're right.
And it was definitely like one of the because he's definitely the king that he's the king right before Dance of the Dragons, where he initially wanted his like Rhaenyra to take the crown.
Yeah.
And that was always his intention. Then he married that Hightower bitch.
And then like I'd read that.
I want to know whose side I'm on in the Dance of the Dragons.
You're like a red. You're you're a black, not a red, or
I'm
a
a
green, I
black,
should
not a
say.
green.
Yeah, black. Yeah,
No, it was the blacks and greens.
the blacks and the greens. And
Yeah.
then Allison, she may have even poisoned him. Maybe
Mm.
that's what I'd read. That maybe
Like,
she's poisoned him.
a very big possibility. Like,
Very
ooh,
big. Yeah,
I actually,
just give him that little.
I had to like,
Linda, what
re.
time is it where you are? Must be like she's saying it's dinner time where she is.
She's in California, so it's 7.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Linda, for coming. She
Yeah,
also was there
Linda,
last night. We
Linda,
adore
we
you.
love you. Linda, well, I'll get in touch with you, but my next couple weeks are free, but then it's not. So we'll talk. She knows
The
me.
other thing I would say about Linda is she always posts like really great things on Facebook, like always crack me right up. Always makes my day. I really
Yes.
appreciate you, Linda.
Yes.
She's in Cali. Hey, you do it. Hello. Okay, so I have to tell you something that happened. This maybe it was last week. Okay, so you guys know, like I mentioned earlier about my dad, and then I was also sick. So okay, so I'm going to admit this to you guys. So what happened was, I am doing a series of I've been doing these like award shows. So the last one we did was it an award show? No, it was like a conference or something. So anyway, I had to record several people for this conference. So we've been using StreamYard. But the problem is I can't like separate my YouTube channel from my non-YouTube channel. Like it's just the way my account is set up. Like I have StreamYard Pro, but it's like set up this way. So what happened was, this is totally awful. I'm really, I've been not right in my head. And I go to do the recording with the guy, and the next thing I know, it's live. And came in, and I'm like, oh my God, I went live with this. It was supposed to be set to private. And so you do it popped in. And I sent him a note saying, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like that was not meant to be live. That was supposed to be private. But the problem is, and I have the same problem with Facebook as well, or a lot of social media, is that you can't separate like a professional thing from a private thing. Like if you know what I mean on Facebook.
You have to
Yeah.
be very vigilant from when
Yes.
you start all those accounts.
Exactly. So like, Twitter, so when I log into Twitter, like for my clients, I have to like log in separately. But the problem with StreamYard is it was under my personal account because I have this membership or whatever with them. So I was just devastated. And so I messaged him and I was like, yeah, there it is. Like, anyway, I don't know how many, I think only 12 people came in. They must have, but YouTube was like, yeah, I knew something was up. So anybody, if you were here and you popped into my live stream and you just saw this guy on camera, you were like, who is this person? It was so devastating. Like I was just beside myself. But I think because between being sick and then because of my dad, I was just like, I'm not in my right frame of mind or whatever. So yeah. Anyway, happy Halloween, you do it. It's really nice to see you here.
Happy Halloween.
Yeah. He's a wonderful creator, him and Justin. Even though they're not in our niche, like you do, it has like you probably have like, I don't know, more like a construction sort of home improvement type thing. Whereas 30 Days, which is Justin, he has like men's grooming. He does like mustache wax reviews and grooming products and stuff like that. So it's really nice. I've met these people through Nick Nimmin and through the YouTube community, and it's really nice that you guys are in here.
I watch a lot of like home improvement stuff on YouTube.
Yes.
Like
I love it. I love watching home improvement on YouTube.
I am a single woman, and even though like I live in an apartment, so I still have like, when things are like, oh, I can't, like, this is beyond my shit. I can call my landlord, even though like it's a landlord and how that goes. But like I can fix a toilet. I can
Oh, good
fix
for
it.
you. Wow.
Well, I mean, at some point, like, uh, like I basically have all of my dad's knowledge, and at least like my brother's a little bit more handy. So when I get into a little bit more complicated things, my brother is a better person to like walk me through things. And to a certain extent, like I have this like big problem. So I have a balcony that has like a constant problem where it's like there's a leak coming in from the balcony and it's like fucking up the floors. Now, I mean, I'm in an apartment, so like to a certain degree, like I don't have like the tools to like totally like repair a floor, but I
Yeah.
also like have um I have like late at night I have weed, and like it's like I want to know how they're going to repair these floors, because I know like because I have to deal with like shitty landlords who, um cheap out everything. And it's like, oh, I would like to know like how it's actually done. So like when my landlords come in, or like when like people come in and like they're doing a half-assed job, I can like call them out on the half-assed job.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's always good to know. Like,
yeah.
so you can kind of look at, see what they're doing.
I mean,
Um,
when I lived in, I mean, I don't have a car because I live in New York City. Like, I don't need a car. Um, but when I lived in LA and I had a car, like, I definitely like learned how to like change a tire. I know how to like change my oil, even though like I always ended up taking it to like a Jiffy Lube or one of those places. Like, I definitely, I feel like, especially as like a single woman, it's like you all right, so they put some of that like flex shields shit on the balcony, because I right now, like I'm actually a little bit worried about the balcony, like the structural integrity of the balcony.
oh, really? Oh, that's
um
scary.
I mean, like it's only me and like a table and the cats out there, like, and I'm out, like,
What? Which floor are you on?
I'm on the
Which?
fourth floor.
Oh, okay.
So I'm on the top floor. But also at the same time, like the leak has been like this like constant thing, and they finally put like that like flex stuff on.
Hmm.
And at the moment they're kind of seeing like, all right, is this like helping?
SIHT.
Yeah.
Is it? Hey guys, I'll be
Uh,
right back. Rebecca, I'll be right back. Okay.
yeah.
I'm just gonna
So,
get some champagne.
but the problem is like the way it's leaking into my floor inside. And so, and funny enough, like I actually have like relatively brand new floors because we had a giant pipe break a few years back. And you know, so that's the big thing. And oh, it's awful. Like my floors are buckling like really bad, and like there's a little bit like where they're kind of waiting to see like, oh, are like, has this like fixed anything? And so far it doesn't seem like my floors keep buckling. So maybe you do it. I'll commission you for like a general, like, we can look at it. I'll like take videos of it. You can look at it, and because like I guarantee you, like they're just gonna send like our handyman, who I love. I love Manuel, but Manuel should not be like replacing my floors. Um, but but also they already replaced my floors, and they like got these guys in, and they didn't like put a proper coating on my like. they didn't like finish my floors properly. So if like a drop of water hits my floor, it stains it, and it's like, ugh, it's awful. But I live in New York City. It's rent stabilized. I have a roof deck. Like, you know, I'm taking my
Sorry,
love.
you know what I was going to tell you?
I wish as you were like running around, Heidi, like your hat was like getting like flying around like Mrs. Peacock's.
I
Like,
know.
no, why? Ugh.
What's funny though? I don't even have a hat pin on it. It just sort of sits nicely. It just sort of, it's got like natural grip or
Right,
something.
I might have to take this because the like
Oh, you do? That's so sweet. You're gonna get some plumbing advice, some like hardware advice.
oh well yeah it's basically like
Oops. Sorry
because
guys.
the problem with my particular apartment, I love our handyman Manuel. He's the best. My cats love him. They get so excited whenever he comes over. I do like every like anytime like I make banana bread, I always make a second loaf
Aw,
of
that's so sweet.
Manuel. Because Manuel, like but he is not a contractor,
Yeah.
and and usually like when I have a big problem, they send Manuel over, and it's like I love you, but I need to take off this hat because the one
Sure.
problem with this hat is the elastic is not. Oh my god, the elastic is just like I need to put new like a little bit longer.
Oh, sure. It's a little bit tight, right?
Oh, it's so tight.
Tatiana, you didn't really miss anything. I went upstairs to get some champagne. The kids are done watching Paranorman.
Yeah, I don't think
We
we've
were
talked
talking
about
about.
you in like 40.
By the way, can I ask you a question? Isn't it more fun drinking champagne or wine or whatever with gloves on? It's so fun. I love it. It's a little bit slippery.
Like I took the gloves off in order to type on the keyboard.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It is hard. I have to say that. It is hard using technology on the
But
keyboard.
no, I love gloves.
Yeah, it's really, really fun. I love wearing them.
Yeah. And I actually like I had a good pair of satin gloves. And I don't know what
Yeah, I don't
happened.
know what these ones that I got from like Gadabout, they're kind of like a matte I'd say they're like a matte satin. There's a
Yeah.
little bit of a luster to them, but they're actually
Yeah.
she gave me another pair, but these ones, because I have like she's like, what size hand do you have? And I'm like a 7. So I have long fingers,
Oh,
and with vintage gloves, it's hard for me to find ones that actually, go in.
that's interesting. I didn't
Mhm.
realize like I mean obviously I know like there's a ring size.
It's like I think it's a measurement from here, like if from the tip of your tallest finger to here. I think is the
Uh,
measurement that you
so
do
these
to know
gloves
your size.
came with like a really shitty Halloween costume,
Hmm.
and I have small hands. I have
Small hands smell
I
like cabbage. Smell like cabbages. That's like an Austin Powers thing. Carnies, small hands. They
smell.
smell like cabbages.
I have
Sorry,
small hands, and even like
I don't
like
think it's because you're a carny though.
even well, I mean, I have bohemian. Well, I don't have Roma blood, but I have bohemian blood.
Yeah.
So, but like even like these gloves, like the thumb, like I couldn't even like I have small hands, like not outrageously small, but still like even for like my size of a person and considering I have large feet, I have small hands. The thumbs are really I don't know how this would work for like a normal size person.
Yeah. Oh, Plexi Bertrand says she went to the RGB exhibit. They said she wore gloves because of cancer diagnosis and being a public figure. Shaking hands was dangerous with compromised immune systems. I thought it was a generational thing. Yeah, actually, well, that's the thing. I actually think that that's a good idea. Maybe gloves will come back because
I'm into it.
now the only thing is with gloves, if you do shake a lot of hands, you have to then make sure not to touch your face. That's the only thing.
Oh well, which I'm
Yeah.
doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been shaking anybody's hands, but that's the one
Right.
thing that you do have to be you have to be careful with. Sandra Day O'Connor gave RGB the glove idea after doing the same thing after her cancer diagnosis. It's like, or you do it says, yeah, Austin Powers cornies smell like cabbage, small hands.
Well,
And then there was like,
and,
and then there's this whole thing about the Dutch hater. Anyway, I love Austin Powers. Like I'm a big Austin Powers
yeah.
fan.
Um.
It's so fun. It's campy.
The first Austin Powers I like
Yeah,
immensely.
that's the best one. Well, Mike Myers is from Toronto, and there's lots of like Toronto references in it as
Yeah.
well. So,
Uh, a friend of mine who I used to work with was in a like in a improv group with Mike Myers, but like Mike Myers, like famous Mike Myers.
yeah,
Um,
wow, that
yeah.
would have been very
lived
cool.
in I like in I'm sorry guys, like I lived in LA for a while, and working in the entertainment business. Like I'm not trying to be like a dickhead name dropper, but it's
By the way, before I go on, I want to say that okay, so Jack, I sent him to the store to get me some sparkling wine. Like it's not really champagne, right? It's just sparkling wine. He got Prosecco, which is like a really decent brand. I was like, Jack, you bought me Prosecco. That's actually really good. It's not too expensive, but it's actually a decent dry, bubbly wine.
I would say because there are a lot of Proseccos that are too sweet.
Yeah, this one's actually pretty dry. Like
I would say like your safest bet for like a good inexpensive like bubbly is a cava. Cava's like I very rarely get a bad cava. I've gotten a lot of bad Proseccos.
oh really? Okay.
That is that's my Rebecca's wine tip. You know, I feel like we should have like a little like
well that's like okay. Last
and
night we were talking about my Christopher's wallpaper, and I've done a couple of streams where I've been talking about the wallpaper, and I was saying to Christopher Laverty, who is like from Clothes on Film, I had him on we did our Tenet review, like we did the costumes of Tenet, which is such a cool movie.
I still want to see Tenet, but
you will love it, and I'd be love to talk to you about what you thought about the editing and everything. Because Rebecca's an editor, by the way, everybody, in case you didn't know that. But what I was going to say is I said to Christopher Laverty when we were talking about Tenet, I said, oh, this is one scene with this really great wallpaper in it. And I said, I have this idea. I might start a channel about wallpaper in film. It would be a very, very specific niche.
No, but like, I mean, but I actually think like, you know, that would be like a wonder. Like, I just immediately thought of like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, like wallpaper.
The looking wallpaper. Yeah, taste the Burberry. Tastes like Burberries or whatever they're called.
So I have a very old Blu-ray player. Like it's seriously like this Blu-ray player has to be like at least like 13 years old. And I have like an old copy of Clue on like regular DVD. So guess what didn't work for me? So I actually like I don't have Amazon Prime, so I actually just like said fuck it, like because like I'll watch Clue whenever, so I like bought it on iTunes. You know, it was like
Aria said she would watch my wallpaper channel.
Wait, like, I was going through like the movies I bought on
I
iTunes.
know.
I
But even like Clue has gorgeous wallpaper. It has
uh,
gorgeous wallpaper.
but I definitely like when I know it was when Gene Wilder died. Like I bought Willy Wonka. I bought
Yeah.
Young Frankenstein. I own Blazing Saddles on DVD. There's so many but yes, like I love print. Oh God, I actually think someone could do like a really good YouTube channel on like wallpapers in film.
Yeah. No,
There's Stanley
yeah.
Kubrick movies.
It would be I'd have like 20 subscribers, but they'd be very dedicated. And I could have wallpaper experts come on and we could talk about wallpaper.
And then you have like a whole another slew of like
Yeah.
all
All
those.
the Well, it's funny because I know, like, for instance, in Game of Thrones, there's not a lot of wallpaper in Game of Thrones, but there's a lot of like, there's a lot of
There's
textures.
tapestries
There's
and
tapestries,
pictures.
yes.
Yeah.
And for sure, there is a lot of symbolism and, but no, because I don't know what it was. Yeah, so last night when Christopher was on, he had this set, and actually it was funny because he doesn't even live there. He was renting the apartment, but I was like, "Oh, I love that wallpaper behind Christopher." And then he said, and then someone's like, "Oh, and I noticed he's got beer bottles. Looks like he had a bit of a party, right? Like he had a Corona bottle, a couple of beer bottles behind him." And he's like, "Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed." So today, Jack, who's my husband, was he's been using he's been using like the desk down here with the set behind him. So last night I came down here and I put up the garland and the spider and the little sign up at the witch here, and I got my costume co-sign. And Jack has been coming down here and doing these webinars with his clients. And I said, "Oh, by the way, has anybody said, hey, what's with the weird like setup you have behind you?" And he goes, "No, not one person has asked me, why do you have a giant spider behind you? Like, why do you have, like, before I had my umbrella garland there and nobody's asked." Isn't that strange? Like, I'd be like, "What's going on behind you? Why do you have all that stuff?" I had one person when I was doing it say, "What's with the stuff behind you?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is my YouTube studio. I'm using it for my day job." But yeah, it's so weird that people don't ask that because I'm immediately always like, "Oh, what do you got in there behind you? What's that stuff?"
Well,
Sorry, I just did a little.
I was in the chat for a minute, but I mean, was this like not in relation to Halloween?
No, it wasn't. So,
Oh,
so
okay.
my husband, you guys, some of you know my husband. He does audio visual.
Mhm.
And so they're doing a lot of virtual conferences, right? So everything is virtual and they're using this platform, kind of like a StreamYard, but it's a different platform where they have speakers and he's doing these rehearsals. So when he's doing the rehearsals with them, they can see his backdrop because he's on camera with them, like I am right now. And so they'll be like, "Hello, Jack," and talking to him. And no one says, "By the way, why do you have all those weird Halloween decorations behind you?" I guess maybe they think,
Oh.
why does it say Costume Co on the air? Like he has sometimes turned that around, but I just thought that was really funny.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's so funny. Like I've been in that situation where I've been in a like big video chat where like everyone's like, "What's that? What's that?" And I've been in like a very impersonal video chat. Like even like I've been in video chats where like Penelope is like putting her ass up against,
Yeah.
and I was just like, "I'm sorry." And like I've at least muted it because Penelope is very loud when she twerks in front of the camera, and like people are like, "I don't care," or people are like,
Oh, if it's animals, I'm always really happy. Like, oh, by the way, I just want to say goodbye to 30 days. He has to go.
"Yes, yeah."
Oh,
I said, "Thank you, 30 days."
thank you so much, 30
Uh,
days.
we 30 days watch
I'm gonna give
I
him
just
a
watched the
for
first
you.
episodes of Twin Peaks. It's on Netflix. I'd be very interested to hear what you think.
Udit wants to know what we would name the wallpaper channel. Off the wall, fly on the wall, paper. Yes. Oh my gosh, no,
I
I
think
didn't
there are
think
a
about it.
lot of good puns that we like.
Oh, totally.
Off the wall is really good,
I'm
but
gonna ask Nick Niven what he thinks my idea, and he Wallpaper Co. We could call it Wallpaper Co. I love it, Aria. That's amazing. Oh, we would do all the wallpapers of Game of Thrones. Tatiana, we would do all the wallpapers of Game of Thrones. No, it's funny because years ago, when I was in school, I got a job working at a paint and wallpaper store, and so so I had to learn about. I had to go to wallpaper school, like really, like literally. So I went to paint and wallpaper school, and we had to learn about all the different types of wallpapers and how you apply wallpaper and hang wallpaper and how you come up with coordinating trims and fabrics and things like that for it. So so when I guess maybe that's why I do love wallpaper. But yeah, even in Clue, I was noticing all the different wallpapers. I wonder if I might be able to show you guys I crashed the computer earlier, so let me see if I can do this. Jack had set it up for me.
do you know who Florence Broadhurst is?
No, I don't.
Oh, so she is an Australian designer, and she basically like I have this like wonderful book where
Oh, nice.
she and these were all like textiles she ended up designing.
Mm-hmm.
But she also had like the book's really fucked up. Where she had like a really weird fucking life, and it's a very good book. Oh wait.
I'm just imagining, Tatiana, I'm just imagining like calling up the production designer. Hi, I have a wallpaper channel and I would like to talk to you about the wallpaper.
I feel like
that is gorgeous.
If
I
there
love
was
that.
a print that could describe my life,
that's amazing.
This is.
It kind of looks like vulvas or maybe uteruses.
Yeah, and with like even like the sperm attacking them.
Sperm attacking. Yeah, it's true. It has a little bit, yeah. It also has a little bit of First Nations, up in Canada, we have these particular artists who have that sort of Inuit.
This artist is Australian.
Oh, really? Okay,
yeah.
Interesting.
But I mean,
it could be Aboriginal, maybe.
Oh well, I mean, she's not Aboriginal.
Oh, okay.
But ooh, and look at this.
Oh, so beautiful.
Could you imagine? Like, I mean, like,
yeah,
this was
You do it. It's going to help me. Like, I don't know what you call it when you're like brainstorm. Aria's on board with this idea. Aria, we should talk. We can come up with some ideas for a wallpaper channel. I said I'm not a wallpaper expert. So
like there's so much you could talk about. Oh wait, this is like I have a boarding ticket in this book. It's fancy. I like apparently flew for like business class somewhere.
Leonard says, Leonardo says that's Freudian, like a Rorschach wallpaper test. That's true.
Yeah. Absolutely. Where did I fly? Oh, yeah. I flew New York to LA business class on American Airlines. I don't know.
Aria saying we can start it off, but this is the wallpaper hour. How's everyone doing? Let's jump right in.
And like we're just like gonna like drink booze the whole time. I'm gonna be like,
we could do the wallpaper cocktail hour. Oh, I love that.
This wallpaper. I want this wallpaper.
I love it.
I would totally.
You know what I actually love? Oh, you know what we have to do is The Shining. We'd have to do The Shining. Well, it's got the carpet too. Are we allowed to do carpet?
Oh, no, yeah, no. Like this is like the kind of like like
Excuse me,
interior
guys.
design. So my big thing, what I would love to do, like when I get a house, I want all of my like molding, like I want all the doorways to be like dark hardwood, and all the floors to be dark hardwood. Like all the walls white, but then I want the ceilings to be dark navy blue.
Oh, I love it. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Oh,
I feel like it fits with like my weird aesthetic of I have maps and taxidermy and punk rock posters.
it totally works.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to show you, since we're talking about wallpaper, the wallpaper behind Leslie Ann Warren, and they do a really good job actually of matching up the sets and the costumes. I think they do a fabulous job.
They're like visually, like the thing about like Clue is, I don't know how to describe it visually, how, I mean, well, first of all, like we're talking about like that big thing, like the 80s was all about the 50s.
Yeah.
And I think like, we can obviously see a lot of like 80s hair in this whole thing. I mean, like Leslie Ann Warren, like her, like Miss.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Is totally 80s hair, but with like a very like 50s, and like, God, I wish I still
even her sort of off the shoulder dress, has a bit of an 80s feel to it, because which is 50s, but you used to see a lot of bridesmaids with that sort of slight off the shoulder style silhouette. Maybe not as
well. I mean, it's definitely more risque than I think anything in the 50s would be like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like there's a lot of boob going on.
Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier, it's like her dress is kind of slightly falling off, but she doesn't really care.
Well, but I think because that dress is like so like that dress is so structured. Like even like once you get like past the fact, like, all right, there's more air on my cleavage area, like I love dressing up. I love dressing in costume, and I have a few costumes where it's like, oh, there's a lot more cleavage, boob standing out. Definitely, like I have costumes where it's like I need boob tape. Like I need tape, or it's gonna fall out, and it takes a minute to get comfortable in that situation. But then once you're like, oh, they're not gonna like spill out on you, it's like there's a lot of freedom, like living your best boob life.
Hindsight, I was gonna say about first of all, before I move on, Leonardo said, watch Miss Fisher's Murder Mysteries. That show has the most gorgeous wallpapers and carpets. Totally agree. Yeah, and I have that on my list of shows to do the costumes for, by the way. I think I've watched 3 seasons.
We should we definitely should talk to like a good like set designer at some point.
Yeah, we should.
Because
I really love this idea about doing the wallpaper channel. I'm not even joking.
I'm not.
Seriously, we should do it. We could do it like, as Aria says, we could do it the wallpaper cocktail hour. We could We could have cocktails and we could talk about wallpaper. Like, I mean, seriously, it'd be super fun. So then I'm going to move on. So hindsight then says Ellen Page's love interest in Umbrella Academy season 2 totally had a modern hairstyle. When the season took place in 1960s, it really threw me off.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, so actually it was interesting because Christopher, one of the things that I've learned is when you work in film is you never trash another department. Rebecca, is that a fair thing to say? You don't ever say something unfair or unkind about another department, at least to the public?
I mean, post-production has to like bear the weight of everyone's fuck up. So, but no, you're right. We don't.
So,
like not outwardly, like maybe internally, like
internally, yeah. So yeah, one of the things,
because like when it comes to post, like at some point we see the culmination and we're like, oh, we know where the fuck up happened.
Yeah.
But no, I personally would never like air that dirty laundry.
So when, like, I was talking to Christopher, we were talking about the costumes, and there, you know, in film, in theater, it's different. Like in theater, oftentimes the wardrobe does do the hair, but in film, it's a different department altogether. Same with makeup. So he did mention hair only once, and that, or actually, no, he mentioned it twice. So one time he thought it was an odd choice with Diego, and then another time he mentioned about how he was kind of disappointed that they didn't use the Cigarette Girl's own personal hair, but he thought it was good. So I'll have to go back and look at that, but I think you're totally right. Like, I think it was fairly contemporary that they used, and I think it was her own hair, and that's the reason maybe why that happened. Hindsight, have you been here this whole time, or did you just get here? Did Hindsight just get here? You were here earlier, weren't you? Maybe she left and came back.
A little bit.
Oh, yeah, she was here earlier. Okay. I think some people have been leaving and coming back or not commenting.
I guess like I can understand like her statements, like the hair like it's hard to reconcile like having like multiple periods like kind of like integrated, and, yeah. And that's like what's interesting about like the like Clue, going back to like why we're here.
Yes,
you know, because you know they're definitely like 80s style elements in
oh yeah, indeed.
And there was something like I definitely remember it as a kid. Like I remember, even though like maybe like this particular year might have been like 1990, like we were obsessed with the 50s.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And there's
even like I remember, maybe it was a bit earlier, but I remember when Grease came out. Okay, that's I was obsessed with this, with the 50s.
Yeah. I definitely remember.
And I mean, Olivia Newton-John's hair in Grease, for instance. Oh my God. It was totally 80s.
Guess who shares a birthday with Olivia Newton-John?
Who, you? You do? Oh my God.
Yes.
You know what? Who's the famous person I share it with? It's somebody really weird.
My two famous people, my three famous people are Olivia Newton-John, Sierra Williams, and Johnny Appleseed.
Oh, I want to look at
they're more, but
by the way, so we should do a trivia question, and then Rebecca is going to do a reading.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know who I share it with? And now I remember. Hugh Hefner. And
wait, when's your birthday?
April 9.
Oh.
And Dennis Quaid.
You are right.
Sorry.
My dad is April 6th. My mom is April 12th. So you're like right in between my parents.
Wow.
And,
so both your parents are Aries?
Yes.
And they're still married? I had a boyfriend who was an Aries, and we were born in the same day. It was the weirdest thing. It was like dating myself.
And Aries are like the exact opposite of Libra.
Yeah, totally. But
Like,
you balance them out
no,
probably.
kind of. Although like there's something about my mom. Although now I would have to say like you you're definitely more aligned with like my mother's personality than my father's like my father is like full on Aries.
Yeah.
He's like no mistakenly like Aries. But I know I have a Christmas present for you. Um
Oh,
but
for
yeah.
me.
Oh, but what is our trivia question?
Oh, we have to come up with one.
Oh, right.
You have to think of one, and
All right, no,
I'm gonna go get more champagne.
I have our trivia question.
You do.
So,
I'm trying to get it, but I'm trying to get a Kleenex out of my Kleenex box but I'm wearing gloves, so it's hard.
all
I
right.
just wanted to tell everyone I don't have COVID. I know I've been coughing during this stream.
Well, it's cold
I
allergy.
it's the remnants of a no, it's remnants of a cold. Like I
Yeah,
had a cold that I got from my son. And but even if I did have COVID, you wouldn't get it because
you were
I'm
live
on,
streaming. This
I'm
is
on a live stream.
this is like the wonderful thing about live streams. It's like we can't give anybody COVID. Even if we have it. I got tested 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
COVID free.
I
And I'm
I
gonna get
tested.
tested like early next week. Like I'm getting tested regularly
I
because
have
I'm
tested
dating.
just so I can see my mom. So I'll probably do
Uh,
the next. I'm just waiting until I'm like no longer with this cold. Like it
well,
was weird because it was one of those things. I got it and it just went right to my head. And then it's mostly like all three of us have had it. It's just
oh,
basically
yeah.
congestion. So my one son can't go to school because he's got the sniffles, right? So
So a friend of mine who
probably wondering who this guy is on the camera here.
in my social pod, but he like he was in my social pod during the summer, but he's kind of left the social pod because like he teaches at a school in Connecticut. Um
By the way, is
poor
social
guy,
pod, is that going to be a word added to the Merriam dictionary or to the Oxford dictionary? Because like
oh,
probably
social
people didn't know what a social pod was before. Like, what is
right.
a social pod?
Yeah.
Right?
But so our friend who is like he's a playwright, but he's working as a teacher and he's like teaching in Connecticut. So like, you know, he goes like 3 days a week up to Connecticut. Oh, he got strep.
Oh, I've had strep. It's awful.
It's bad. And like there's a big well, I think they at least figured out like it definitely came from school, but you know, like we were going to hang out and like we hadn't seen each other for a while, like because like he left the social pod because like he kind of had to like go into like a different like he started commuting every day and then you know yeah he got strep, but it's like the the sense of panic that we have right now, like anytime like someone has like the sniffles, and I have allergies, like nothing awful,
Yes.
but, you know, like I like you know I'm a big sneezer, and although like the one thing it's like COVID, it's like people with COVID like they don't sneeze. It's not a sneezing thing, but
Yeah.
it's also
Actually,
not comfortable, like, to be out in public and have a sneezing attack.
yeah, they
You have the
actually
mask
there's one
on.
province in Canada. They had like runny nose or sneezing on their list of items like you can't, if you're in school, you can't go to school if you had that. So they removed it because they realized it's not really. So both my kids, for instance, like Leland couldn't go to school because he's got a really runny nose. But I was also able because he said, "Well, what am I supposed to do? Like if I have to wear a mask and then I had to blow my nose. How does that work?" And I'm like, you know what? You might as well just stay home
All right.
and work from
So
home.
I have the
Tatiana's back. Or
I have a
left.
question for our chat. So
Yeah, great job.
we
Trivia question?
we have a trivia question for the chat. So there are two rock stars in the movie Clue. If you can tell us the character and the band that they're in, we don't need to you don't need to worry about like their real name. Just one of them. The first one that tells us one of them, I will give them a tarot reading.
That's so cool.
Now, and do we do it like?
Do you want to do a live tarot reading, or do you want to do?
I can do like a real tarot reading. Like I'm very happy to do like a real tarot reading.
Okay, so the question is: there's a rock star in Clue.
Michael McKean. I won't count Michael McKean because like Spinal Tap was a fictional. We have.
Oh, that's a good guess, though.
We have that was a very good. We have
that was a good guess.
Two real rock stars in the movie. Like they're in real bands.
Tim Curry?
No, I would say like we're not going to count Tim Curry or
I only know one of them. I don't know who the other one is.
Aria, you're I won't hate you if you Google that right now, but
yeah. She has his name.
All right. Aria Khaleesi.
Yeah.
She got it. I mean, she like just retracted the message, but
yes. Okay. Before
Fear. Yes.
Either do you want it? Who is Fear the name of the band?
Fear is the name of the band.
Who's the rock star? You said there's two?
Well, the other one, the Singing Telegram Girls, she's one of the singers in the Go-Go's.
Oh, wow, that's right. Yeah. Yes. You said that. She's a very minor character.
The Singing Telegram. I think someone asked me earlier, like, my favorite quips, like, I feel like there was something, like, throughout my childhood, like, I was just constantly like, I am your Singing Telegram. Aria Khaleesi.
Lexi Bertrand, it was the Go-Go's. The girl, the Singing Telegram Girl was in the Go-Go's.
Yes.
Okay, while you're doing this, or maybe before you, I don't know if you want to go ahead and do it. I'm going to go get another glass of champagne. Yeah. So while you're doing it. What I'll do is I'll make you full thing.
All right.
And then you can be very zen. And do
Aria Khaleesi, and I'm going to preface this that I'm a relative newbie to tarot readings. I take this seriously, and I might need to look something up, but if you want to in the chat just give me like a very general do you want me to look at like love or career or family? Just I'm gonna do like just a very quick 3-card spread. Mind, body, spirit. So okay, career. Which is the hardest, like All right. All right. All right. So for your, I'm doing a mind, body, spirit. Your mind card came up, Seven of Wands. And Seven of Wands, like you're definitely you're in a very challenging position, but the good thing is like you're on like very solid ground, and you definitely whatever is going on with you with your in your career, the challenges, like you have the skill set to face your challenges. The your body card is the Hermit reverse. Uh there is some self isolation that's going on, not by your choice. Usually if like the Hermit was in the upright position, it's like, like I need to go on this like spiritual quest. There's definitely a situation that is there's a situation that's happened like where you are kind of going inward a little unwillingly, but there like you still need to go on this journey right now. uh your spirit card is the Knight of Cups reverse. This one, I'm gonna be honest, like, and we can. I'm more than happy to exchange information. I can like go into this reading a little bit more because I am I'm still new enough where like the court cards reverse are a little tough. But ironically, this card keeps coming up in all of my readings. Uh this is one I need a minute on. But oh yeah. The cups are the it's the suit of our emotional well-being, and the knights are like the ones who fight for it. Um Aria Khaleesi, like if you want to like put your email in the chat or send your email to Heidi, um I'm gonna go into the like because I could like sit here and take 20 minutes out, but I'm going to deliver you like a proper reading of these cards. And I don't think it's actually like the reverse knight is not a bad card. Um Most importantly, this card, the seven of wands, like you like whatever challenges you're facing right now, you have the skill set to like deal with all those challenges. But
That's a very cool reading.
Yeah. No. I mean, I definitely like again, I'm a newbie. Like I've only been doing this for about like 6, 7 months now. And even though I'm occupied, there's it's a lot. And and the nights reverse are fucking me up recently. Like I've been getting so many nights in reverse, and it's like I don't
What does it normally mean? Like, what's the night's reverse normally mean?
know. Well,
I've
the
had a couple of tarot readings, but I can't remember.
uh I mean, all right, so there's like each suit, uh cups are emotion, swords are intellect, pentacles are like financial well-being, health, um wands are kind of a little bit more like a catch-all of all those things, but like wands are like those who work. um and the night, like pages are the messengers, queens are the wisdom, and kings are the authority, but knights are kind of like the tricky, like they're like, this is what we're gonna fight for. um so I'm just having a tricky time with like, and then all of a sudden, like I've gotten like, well, I got this card in my reading uh last night, or yeah, I had a reading last night that I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna leave New York and like destruct my life and fuck it all. But then I had something happen today. It's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. And but my night was upright. This night's reverse, and I definitely believe in doing reverse readings. But
It's interesting because runes are also they do they do runes can also be
oh
done
yeah,
inverted as well.
like rune divination, like I'm kind of getting a little bit more into that. Like there's a lot, it's not quite as complicated, but also I'm like, I'm still trying to figure out like what my balance is in this whole divination thing. Cause
Mhm.
I mean, it's like there's something, I'm not just like, oh, here's Decateric. Like I actually think there's something more there. And it's like the whole witchcraft journey has been interesting and opening, like eye opening, and
If anybody doesn't know, Rebecca's going to which school?
yeah, I started reading tarot cards like back in May. I mean, I'd been playing around with it, but like I've started like a serious study, and this isn't just like, oh, I'm like reading off a book. Like um I've been like doing like a serious study with it, and I'm going to witch school at the moment. And
That's so fun. Are you doing that tomorrow night? Like on Saturday, or are you?
oh no, this is our week off.
Oh, your week off. Okay.
Oh well, because this is like, but also like our teacher was like, hey, like I like going through like our Discord, like there are definitely a lot of people in that group who are like way more advanced than I am. Like there are people who are like, I've been like practicing for 20 years, and it's like, well, why are you here?
Wow, really?
Yeah. Um but because like they want to take a class with our teacher is what
Mhm.
I figured out.
Okay.
Um but like anything that's going on tomorrow. Um, and even though like I think I'm getting pulled towards like spirit work. I've definitely been, it's like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so don't even like I'm doing I'm doing like kind of like a witchy ceremony because it's also the full moon tomorrow night, but I'm not doing any ancestral stuff because there's all sorts of protection spell, like, there's a
Is
lot.
tomorrow a full moon?
Yes.
Oh
It's
my God, on Halloween?
yeah,
There's a full moon.
and it's a blue moon because it's the
Oh, wow.
second full moon in a month. Um and it's the harvest moon. So like anybody that just like kind of wants like some fun witchy vibes, um take a jar, put like maybe a little bit of rose, like tomorrow is the hunter's moon,
Mhm.
a little bit, take a jar, leave it outside. um I would put it out because I know like the peak of the full moon, even though we aren't going to see it, it's going to be like in like mid afternoon. So like put it outside in the morning. Um, put some rosemary or thyme, or if you have like mugwort or motherwort, like some more like witchy kind of herbs, and just like let it sit outside and bring it back in. And you have a little bit of moon water and you have like a little bit of moon magic.
I should get my son to do that because he has a huge crystal collection. I don't know if I told you this. He's got like a
Ooh.
big rock collection. And so
Oh,
he was given this really beautiful crystal by my stepmother. And then we went up for lunch one day and he was telling the server that, he's like, I got this crystal. And she says, well, make sure you put it in the window and then the moon will charge it.
yeah.
So we
Well,
did.
there are the moon can charge it.
Mhm.
Uh, but there's also like, depending on how you use it, like you have to like cleanse the crystals.
Okay.
Um, but I guess like that's a whole, and that's all this shit that I'm still trying to figure out. Like so usually like during
Mhm.
the new moon, especially like I have a few like divination rocks that I use. So like I have like on the new moon, I have like my herbs that I burn as an incense, and I like cleanse my crystals. Um, especially the ones that I use a lot. Which are like my two divination and like my rose quartz. Um,
Years ago, I actually, I don't know if you guys have this, but in Toronto, we had a big psychic show. And I went to this psychic show. It was really fun. We had so much fun at it. And I had a reading and he did it with crystals, like my reading. And I have to say, it was so accurate. He pretty much maybe he put some of it in my brain. I don't know. But he
well,
pretty much predicted everything that would happen
uh,
in my life.
here the thing that I look at with like tarot reading, like I'm not predicting the future. I'm
Mhm.
helping you I'm helping you get to a different insight. I'm helping you like open up like a mind's eye
Mhm.
to a certain degree. And but I'm also using like my intuition. It's a little hard, and Aria Khaleesi, like this is not like the most ideal way to like do a tarot reading when I'm like kind of drunk and but, yeah, but I'm
Well,
like
what's funny? It's funny because years ago, before we had YouTube and all this, and I know that there are people in the YouTube community who do readings and so on. But it's sort of strange that years ago, like with Dionne Warwick and stuff, we'd have people doing like, readings on the phone, and then now we've got like the internet.
Well,
And
I have done I've been doing, because I've like kind of like expanded out, like I'm getting to the point where I'm like doing like bigger than like 3 card readings, but I'm still learning, and I mean, I can actually like but I've also been doing like these big readings. Like I have like a big conversation before, and it's like, all right, I know what the situation is, and I can, get a sense of it. Oh my God. Uh I did a reading for a friend of mine the other day. Old friend who figured out, like, because I've been posting on Instagram a lot of like the tarot and witchy shit. And he's like, oh my God, I need a tarot reading. And like told me like, oh, I've been having this like past life regression ceremonies or like readings, and I have this past life regression, and I'm like pretty sure I'm like in like a relationship with like one of my past life like soulmates and twin flames, um and like I'm 42 and he's 46, and by the way I'm married, and and it's like, oh fuck, this is. And like I listen, I was like, okay. And I kind of was like, well, I'm gonna do a reading. And at some point I was like, I don't know if I can like do a reading with him present. Cause old friend. And also like I already like kind of came into it with an opinion about the situation. But I did it, and I like found like a spread, and I did it. And I had like my like consecrated divination candle, and like at some point like I did the cards, and it's like, oh, I was like, I know the thing, but like I'm like being diligent about like writing down all of my readings. And while I was writing down like my divination candle, just it only really caught fire on a piece of like ungrounded like herb that had like a little bit of oil on it. But all of a sudden it was like, oh, this apartment's going to be on fire in a minute if I don't like take care of it. Like during this like twin flame reading, that was like, this is a dangerous relationship, and get the fuck out. I don't know. Did you hear that cat?
yeah, it's funny. While I saw your cat in the background, my cat is visiting. Murdoch. My cat is here. Murdoch. I saw him come in here because I've got the door open.
Is that your black and white baby, or is that
Yes, my black and white baby.
Yeah.
I saw, like, I have the door open now. Like I had it closed earlier, but
Yeah,
I don't know where he went.
Why Penelope?
Leonardo had to leave.
Oh wait, so your Calico's a boy?
Oh yeah. Oh no, my Calico's a girl.
Oh,
My black and white is a boy.
oh, well,
Yeah. So the one I shared on. Oh yeah, for cat International Cat Day. That was my Calico. She's a girl. She was sleeping. I took a picture of her top, bird's eye view of her. That was like, oh, that was really nice. Like, I happened to come across that. I'm like, oh, I didn't know it was International Cat Day.
Come on.
Sorry, guys, I'm snacking on chips. I don't know if anybody's left here. We've got a few people left. Rebecca and I are like, we're just sort of like, we've been having some cocktails. We're sort of just winding down here. Oh, yeah. Oh, what a sweetheart.
Why? She's being.
What I was going to mention to you earlier, we were talking about this So I had so we have in my company, we have this mentorship program where we can be partnered up with a mentor. So I had my first mentoring session with my mentor on Monday, and then anyway, I had to close the door because I was upstairs, but I had to close the door just so it was quiet. And then my cat was like in the bedroom with me while I had the door closed, though. So at one point he was like, "Arr," like
Yeah.
wanting to get out, right? And I
Oh,
said to her, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. My cat wants to get out of the room." And she said, "Oh, let me see your
oh,
cat." So I showed her. I was like, Here's my cat."
yeah.
And
I
but what are you gonna do, right? Like I
yeah.
said to her, my kids are
I mean,
outside there doing their homework.
so usually, like when I'm working, like
Yeah.
I when I'm working, like there seems to be like that regular call at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
and and Penelope is like at her most Penelope-ish at 10 a.m. and so like when we like get on to a Zoom call, like she's like Mira, Mira, and like her butt's in the camera, and it's just like that. This is the way it goes. Like also compared to like most of the people, it's like it's their 4-year-old child like whose
Hmm.
butt's in the camera, and there's a little bit. It's like, oh, the cat's cuter. Um,
Hmm.
less annoying. Today, like I had a very big important interview on the phone today, and as soon as I got on the phone, like both of the cats were like, and it's like,
Oh wow. Okay.
uh, they ignored me all day, but at 2 o'clock, I get on this like phone call, and they're like the Buster went into his like I'm dying yelling. And it's like, oh, this is like the most manipulative bullshit on the face of the earth.
My cats are the most vocal first thing in the morning, like before I wake. Usually like 7 a.m. They're
Yeah,
like
well,
they want treats. They want me to feed them. They want some like
they
my black and white cat. I came downstairs this morning. It was probably closer to like 8 o'clock. He was lying on the floor, just like, oh, like just
like,
pet me,
I'm
give
going
me
to
attention.
die.
um, Aria says my cats like to barge into my office and they just start yelling, laugh out loud. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I definitely think Penelope is like part Siamese.
Yeah,
Um,
because they have that particular like.
well, like she is so loud. Like, and
Mhm.
she's teeny tiny. She's only like an 8-pound cat. But this fucker, you are you've been trying to disrupt this whole stream.
Oh, hi,
With
oh, it's so
Buster.
cute though. Oh,
Mm,
I just want to put my face in there. Like,
I
oh,
know,
such an adorable baby.
and he wants it, but
I know.
oh,
Murdoch
he's
hates that though when
also
I do that.
like he
Oh,
likes.
Rebecca, what earrings are you wearing, by the way?
Oh,
Those are beautiful. Oh, look at
these
those.
are
Are
like
they leaf?
these are like just earrings I got at my favorite little boutique store. There was a store in Brooklyn called Flirt. It was on Fifth Avenue in Park Slope, and I definitely they're like, oh, you need to like join our like frequent buyer program. Like so many things. It was
Hi.
like it was slightly like always like everything always had like a vintagey feel, but not like too outrageously expensive. But I bought these the first red carpet that I was ever on. These were like my red carpet earrings.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, they're beautiful. I'm trying to get Murdoch to come. Come here.
Murdoch.
Come on. Come on, Murdoch. See if he comes in.
But Arya Khaleesi, like, I think easier to get in touch with Heidi, but my email
Yes.
is Shadowcat Becks at
Here, I'll put
Gmail.
my Twitter and I'll put my
And
Twitter and then you can.
and I'm gonna do a proper when I'm not drinking champagne or bubbles out of a can.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna put my I'll put my Twitter and I'll put my Twitter into the comments and then she
What?
can.
So what else do we want to talk about? Clue.
Well, I don't know what else. I've been eating so many.
I think my favorite costume
Yes.
reveal is like when Mrs. White comes in and she takes off her cloak and it has like that ivory lining to it. And so like Mrs. White comes in and
oh yes, yes.
it has that ivory lining, and I definitely like if when I'm ever at the point in life where I can afford to like get that kind of custom made thing, like
I know.
black coat I'm going
I
to
have a
get
picture of that.
is going to have like an ivory color lining.
Is it?
And
Here, let me add
I'm
it.
gonna hear like da, 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 da.
It's this cloak. I don't have the lining.
It's right before
Yeah.
it's right when she comes in, like, but that flourish is like, oh
Yes.
and
I was gonna say it was interesting because someone was saying she's kind of like a spider, and then she's got the spider web on her face here. I thought it was kind of. I actually.
well, I mean, she's a Black Widow.
A Black Widow, yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely a Black Widow archetype.
Yeah. But I one of the things that we were when I was talking to Christopher about last night, it was recorded, but when we were talking about the handler character, she always wears veils. She always likes to have veils, and I love veils. I'd love to see them make a comeback, but it's interesting because she always has spiders kind of everywhere. Like she's always got spiders kind of incorporated into her costume. So, but wouldn't it be nice to have the veils to come back? I have like there's a veil in this hat, but unfortunately. See, it's sort of like it's sort of torn a little bit.
I wore it on one of our streams. That little like that plum wine color hat.
Oh yeah.
That I have like I put a veil on it.
Yeah, you can see that the veil on this is kind of all torn.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It's hard.
The netting. So
but that's also like that's something could be easily fixed. Like
yeah. Oh
like,
yeah. I will. I mean, I just got it, so I'm gonna probably fix it.
But also, I have like worn a hat with a veil for like in proper like context, and it's like it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
like having like the veil is, you know. But no, I love it like because she is like I mean like Mrs. White is definitely the Black Widow. And you know, character wise, I actually thought I had a black bob wig, but then I realized like, oh, I borrowed that from a friend, but I actually gave it back to the friend.
Yeah, I used to have a wig like that.
Like 2 nights ago, I was like, can I see you in time to like get that black bob from you? And she's like, I love you. I'm not digging that. I'm not digging into she's like, you talked to me like 2 weeks ago when I was like doing shit.
It's like Graydon with his like, can I be an egg costume?
Right.
Like, can you give me a bit more notice?
Yeah, no, and I get it. And it's like, that's fair. you know. But
So
it's
I
also, but this is also like kind of the friend, like it's like, hey, do you have that like you black bob wig on Andy? And like, like there, it's like 33% chance. Like she's like, yes, my wig carousel is out.
yeah.
You know,
Okay, I've had these earrings, these ones here. These are my I don't know, can you see them?
yes. Oh,
They're quite
yeah.
pretty, eh?
Oh, they're beautiful.
Yeah, so I think I told her for sure I would wear these again.
Yeah.
But I'm just taking them off because I've had them on since what, like
Oh,
7, just before 7, like ow.
clip-ons are.
Yeah, it hurts after a while
I have these like
because they're like this,
really
guys.
pretty pearl clip-ons that were
That's what the clip, like there's the clip there.
yeah.
This camera is
uh
actually not bad. I'm actually kind of impressed with it. That's
yeah
what the clip on it. So these are the ones I got at the vintage store. She gave
yeah
them to me for a pretty good price.
um I have like these like pearl like and they're only like simple pearl studs.
Mhm.
They were my great grandmother's. um but they're so I don't wear them.
Yeah.
They're hard. They're hard to wear. Like I might wear them. Like I thought about wearing them tonight, but I was like, ooh,
I've seen
sorry.
actually for these, like these don't have them, like see how it's just like the raw metal.
Yeah.
But you can apparently get little pads, I think, for them. But even then, I don't know if that would help their
Well,
hair.
and I mean, these are like super simple, like clip-ons.
Yeah,
Like, and I don't even think they're actually like real. Well, if they're real pearls, they're like cheap pearls, but
sure.
I like they're still like they're my great grandmother's. Like
Well,
you know,
they're probably decent costume jewelry.
but I mean they're just like studs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, that's the thing. I grew up in that like very weird well puritanical Midwestern thing. It's like
Hmm.
I'm not getting costume. Although I will show you the one thing I have that is like my treasure possession. So I have my great great
Oh,
grandmother's like pocket watch.
oh, it's beautiful. Wow, it's in mint condition.
Well, my grandmother before she passed away, like she made it a point to um restore this for me.
That's amazing. Wow, Rebecca, that's really nice.
Yeah, no, and that was and I didn't get it until my grandma, and my mom helped, and it was like kind of one of like the last things like my grandmother did. Like she had her great grandmother's pocket watch, and it was, but yeah,
Actually, oh, it's beautiful.
yes,
Oh, that's gorgeous.
yeah. So right now it's sitting on. Although I should say it's like I just like made an ancestral altar and
That's so nice. I have a ring actually that was my son, like my husband's father, like so my son's grandfather. It's a signet ring, so he's got that
oh
um to for when he's like 18 or something like that.
yeah,
It's always nice to have those things.
yeah.
One of the things is funny, like I was mentioning about my dad passing away, and it hasn't been mentioned. I'm a little bit worried of Rebecca. So years ago, my dad, this little story about my dad. Years ago, my dad went to the symphony, and Christopher Plummer was there, and he was introducing the symphony, and he was wearing this really, really nice smoking jacket. And so my dad went to Harry Rosen and he said, listen, I was at the symphony and Christopher Plummer was wearing this beautiful smoking jacket. I really loved it. Is there any chance I can get a smoking jacket like that? And Harry Rosen said, well, I know Christopher Plummer's tailor. He lives in England. Let me give him a call. So he called Christopher Plummer's tailor and said, listen, I have this client here in Canada. He's wondering if he can get, a jacket like Christopher Plummer that you had made for him. And he said, oh, sure. Yeah, no problem. So he said, oh, this is the fabric we used. And, this is what we used to make it into. So they ordered the same fabric that they used to make Christopher Plummer's smoking jacket. So it was like a burgundy velvet that they used.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, so they ordered the fabric for my dad, and then Harry Rosen, who is this tailor in Canada, made the jacket for my dad. And my dad said it was the most expensive thing he's ever had made, right? So anyway, he wore it to special occasions. So he wore it to my sister's wedding. He's worn it to a few things. And he said to me, like, he told me years ago that he wasn't going to leave us anything, like us kids in the well, like you guys are getting nothing. And we're like, okay. But he said, but I don't know how it came up, but I said, but if you're going to leave me anything, can you leave me your smoking jacket? And he said, sure. So he was supposed to leave me my smoking jacket, but now I'm kind of worried that I'm not going to get my smoking jacket because I think Carolyn my stepmother was mentioning something about it. And I'm thinking, am I going to get that smoking jacket? Because what I was going to do is I was going to get the smoking jacket and I was going to have it altered to fit me because it's like a 42, I think, right?
Well, I mean, God, I in a way, I'm on Reddit too much, and it's like you just need to have that conversation now, and like.
Well, my father passed away already, so like I can't really talk to him about it now. It was
no, with your stepmother.
Oh, with my stepmother, just say. Yeah. Hey, Dad promised to leave me the smoking jacket. Can I have it?
And you express to her like how much it means to you. Like, yeah, I mean, it's so funny. I had, I'm at the age where I've had like all of my grandparents pass away, and my mom side of the family, like when her mother passed away, it's like that was, there were like a couple like dumb shit things that they got a little like my Aunt Patty and Aunt Katie got a little testy over, but for the most part, like, I mean, also to be fair, it's like my grandma, like, it wasn't like important shit, and and ultimately like when it happened, like my mom and her sisters and her brother, like, like had like this like wonderful like clearing moment and connecting moment, and and they were like, this is all shit. And it's all, we're like, we're just gonna, but it was an important shit.
Yeah.
But like, my aunt was like, oh, Becky needs to get Papa's, Teamster jacket. Like it was like more like whatever. We're like my father's family, like when that matriarch died was like awful, and it sucked, and everyone's still fighting over like, and it's like all shit that doesn't mean anything. And although like my brother and I are like we were like, we don't see eye to eye on everything, but we love each other and we respect each other. And we're not going to fight over stuff. Although, like, but we have this thing, like, there's a lamp that, like, my grandfather made, and, like, and we're fighting over that.
Oh, no way. Okay.
Like, that is going to be, like, I think like when everyone dies, like my brother and I are like gonna do like the like Michael Jackson beat it. Like we're gonna, get tied, like, and have knives to like win this, like, which I think is like kind of appropriate. It's like there's a little bit like of our Gaelic culture. It's like, oh yeah, no, we're gonna fight to the death over a lamp.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen.
Wow.
Oh my!
Yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to get that smoking jacket, but
Well, I mean,
I would really like it.
well, you know what? Just honestly talk about it now,
Hmm.
and don't let it fester. Like, have the conversation now, and
Yeah, no, it's a good idea.
you know, um, not that I'm an expert on these things, but
Did you hear Murdoch meowing, by the way? He's like
oh,
meowing.
I like that. That
Come
cat is
here. Come on.
that cat needs some butt smacks.
Come here.
Yeah.
Every time I go to grab him, he moves back. He's
Oh,
like, "Don't touch me.
yeah.
Come here. Why don't you go bug daddy?" No?
Oh, he's like, I just want mama.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So, what else do we want to talk about? Clue.
Well, I think we're down to only a few people now.
All
We should
right.
probably maybe start looking at wrapping it up.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I could talk so much about Clue. So much about Clue.
Oh my God, Rebecca, I love you so much.
I
You're
love
awesome.
you.
I want to, like, if we do a wallpaper channel, I want you to do the wallpaper channel with me. It could be so fun. Cocktail hour, wallpaper cocktail hour.
I love
I'm going to tell you, there probably wouldn't be any other channel on YouTube about wallpaper
Oh,
and cocktails.
well,
Well, there might be a channel on wallpaper, but
I definitely guarantee you there is YouTube channels about like the design.
yeah, but not in film though, like wallpaper in film
Oh,
specifically, or wallpaper
yeah.
in TV,
I
like The Shining, or
mean,
like what? Go ahead.
we need to. I need to recruit my friend Corey, who
Okay.
has like a very hardcore art director background.
Oh, this would
And
be so
Corey,
fun.
we'd be super fun.
It would be so fun. Oh, Arya's back. We woke her up because we're talking about the wallpaper.
um,
See, I told you. We
Aria,
have one person who would watch our show.
Aria Khaleesi, like definitely send your contact info to.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. I put the Twitter, twitter.com.
And then I'm going to do like I'm doing a proper reading for you.
Yeah, she's going to give you a proper reading.
Yes,
when she's
because
sober.
you want it, you want it, bitch. And everyone, like fear, like everyone should like what. A couple years before Clue was made, somehow there was like something. John Belushi, basically he it was after he left SNL, and but was still like tied into SNL, and they SNL actually had Fear as a the musical guest, and John Belushi got like I'm gonna like hire a bus to like bring some punk kids up, like thinking like maybe like 10-15 punk kids would come up, but like 50 or 60 punk kids came up, and it was a whole like thing, like while Fear was performing on SNL. Like they just like had like a whole like real life punk show, apparently including Ian McKay from minor threat Fugazi, who apparently like got on the microphone and said like fuck NY, like fuck New York, on live television.
Oh my God! Wow.
So Fear was like one of the only bands that has been like formally banned from SNL. And Mr. Body is the singer for
Oh, what cool.
what, I'm sorry.
Is Sinead O'Connor banned as well?
Huh?
Is Sinead O'Connor banned from SNL for
I
carrying
don't
the
I
picture
don't
of the Pope up?
I don't think so.
So
Uh,
there's only how many bands are banned from SNL?
as far as I know, only Fear.
Really?
Yeah. But
Wow.
that was a very like different like stage of the whole thing where you know I mean I've done work for SNL and I couldn't get a ticket. I mean I've only done like two like very like quick minor things for SNL and like my first question is like, can I get a ticket? And they're like, no, here's money. And it's
Yeah.
like, okay. And
I
I
was just laughing. Sorry, I was just laughing because I guess when I went upstairs to get my champagne, my prosecco, you do it. Was tweeting. He says I got Heidi laughing so hard that she fell out of her seat. This is just you. There's just a picture of you, and then me. Oh, actually, it's no me. It's just my set. You took a picture of us. That's
right.
really funny on Twitter. Yeah.
Oh, I
And
mean,
Aria says she's following us on Twitter, me on Twitter, so she can we'll get her a proper.
yes, please, please,
But
please.
anyway, Rebecca and I are going to be brainstorming this next. Well, Rebecca, like the only thing is Rebecca's really busy. She's busy with work, so we'll have to figure out. But we, you know what, with the wallpaper and cocktail hour, we wouldn't really have that. We wouldn't. It would take too long, would it? Dedicate to.
Well, no, and I actually kind of like there's something I was like, I think we need to get like a kind of like a set designer.
Yeah, totally.
Someone like who has like a little bit more production design. There's someone
Absolutely.
there's someone I would like to talk to. Although I know this particular person's busy with life and kids and
Sure.
I mean, at least when you talk about like me being, I'm not busy. I don't.
Well, it was funny because when I remember when when I interviewed the costume designer of Gentleman Jack, and I kept saying, "Oh my God, what's with the beautiful wallpapers?" But in that case, they were already there. They were like because they shot where Ann Lister, who the story is based on. I don't know if you've seen that show, by the way. Have you seen it?
I haven't.
Gentleman Jack. Oh my God, Rebecca, you would love it.
My
It's on HBO.
my big thing right now is I am going to start after Halloween. I'm gonna get into the new season of Fargo.
Oh, okay, yeah,
With like starring Chris Rock.
yeah.
I mean, I love.
So wait a second, Chris Rock, isn't it?
This season of Fargo.
You're kidding.
So the like Fargo's like an anthology kind of situation.
Oh, okay. So
And
every season's a different story?
every season like but they're all like loosely connected, but like,
Okay.
this season is starring Chris Rock and so far it's fun. Like it is not hit on like radars like very much, but it's
Mhm.
also like it's a show that's like still a weekly release. But I mean I love like the like Fargo the TV series, like I love it.
Oh,
So,
by the way, I have been to Fargo, by the way, just so
have
you know.
you?
I've been there. And Justin, who was in here earlier, he is from North Dakota.
God,
So
God.
he's probably been to Fargo. Probably a good
Oh,
chance.
well, and there's so much more like I need to like talk to Justin more like about like how he's like missed out on like that whole like David Lynch thing because David Lynch
Yeah.
is like from that area and
See,
there's
I
so
didn't
much
even know that he had lived in where did he say he had lived in? Somewhere in South America or something? He grew
oh
up in
I Guatemala or
Guatemala. Yes.
yeah
So I didn't even know that about him because I knew he was sort of like middle America, but I
right
didn't know. Yeah. So he's probably been there. But anyway, because when I used to live in Winnipeg, and if you go straight down, you end up hitting North Dakota, right? And
right
so
right
it
right
was just, but I don't remember the accents being like that. I don't
oh what
in
in
like Fargo,
oh like
that
that
sort of rural
like
accent.
Midwestern
Midwestern, yes. I don't remember
oh
them being like that.
ooh, I
Do they do that on the show? Because I've only seen the movie. I haven't.
no, they do it a little bit in the show. The show is a little bit more
Like subtle.
well or like I was just thinking so one of the seasons Ewan McGregor played twins. Um
Oh, Ewan McGregor was on it.
yes.
Oh my god, I love Ewan McGregor.
Oh no, like this is a great show that I
Wow, I
don't
know. Like I knew Jesse Plemons was in it, and Kirsten Dunst was in it.
Kirsten Dunst. Okay. All right. So the second season, or the last season, so Ewan McGregor was like the main character, but he played like twins. And Ewan McGregor's
Oh, hindsight's back. We're waking people up.
like, but yeah, no, there is a like heavy like midwestern accent which is like not that far away from like a Canadian accent
Yeah, I know
uh,
it is. It is very
but
close.
you know like I definitely like I grew up in Missouri and our cross street neighbors they were from Wisconsin and they didn't say a boot but they said about you know
Yeah,
it
in a
was
bit of a rounded vowel
yeah
way. Yeah.
but it's like it makes sense like when you like kind of there's definitely how it like kind of like
Yeah.
filters down
Well, you know what's weird here though? Like I'm in Toronto, and then if you go to Upper New York State, people in Upper New York State have a quite a strong accent, like North Tonawanda or that type of thing. So it's always really strange that, despite the fact that they live so close to us, that they have that kind of accent. Well, Christian, sorry, hindsight, I'm glad you're listening. I think when Rebecca comes back, though, we're going to probably start wrapping things up here because I'm out of champagne, and we've been streaming now for almost 4 hours. Can you believe that? And Rebecca and I are going to start. My cat is meowing. Hi, Tatiana. Did you hear my story about the Christopher Plummer jacket? Yeah, I think once Rebecca comes back, oh, there she is. We're probably going to, Rebecca, I was just saying, we're probably going to start wrapping up because we've
yeah
been streaming for almost 4 hours.
I know I mean like we could go
We could.
forever
And
I mean and there's so much like
well, I was saying last night, like, so I did, this interview I did with Christopher. Oh my God, we had so much fun. And
yeah
I think the interview itself was like 3.5 hours. And then after the interview was done, I think we probably talked for another hour. And I said to him, listen, when you come back to Toronto, we just have to get together for drinks. Cause I called him after the interview and I said, hey, because he was having problems getting on. So we were chatting and he says, "Hey, honey, have you watched The Queen's Gambit?" And I'm like, "Yes, I love it." And so every time him and I talk, we like talk about
I know.
movies and
I know.
shows. And he's just like us. He's a super fan,
Yeah.
so I said, when you come back to Toronto, we have to get together for a drink, like a socially distant drink.
Yes.
Because I was telling him when I went to the vintage store the other day that there's actually a little pub that's right there. And what they've done in Toronto, even though it's cold here, is they've taken the sidewalk and they've sort of expanded it slightly into the road and they've made like a little outdoor patio area until at least the weather is. So people are just out there, they're wearing a jacket, they're out there, they're having a beer, they're having a drink. If you're having food, it would not be as nice, but if you're having just cold drinks, it wouldn't really matter because you're just outside anyway, whatever.
Right.
So, but you don't have to worry about
I feel like
COVID.
at this point, like now that we're in fall
Yeah.
mode everywhere, like everything, like if you're gonna eat food, it has to be like a hearty fried dough
Yeah.
or like meat in a dough situation. Like my favorite place that I'm going to, like mostly still like being outside, like they have
Oh,
empanada.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like,
Those are so good.
and like this is like, I feel like there's going to be like a major insurgence of like street food for everybody, like quick, easy bites.
Yeah,
Um,
there's that we've been having like a food truck sort of, not
oh
renaissance, I guess, because it's newer,
yeah,
but even like where they're building these structures where they just sort of have the food trucks all set up
yeah,
outside with benches and picnic tables
yeah.
and things like that. So like, even in Canada, like you can still do it probably well into November and then maybe starting up again in March kind of thing.
Well, and I definitely know in New York because like the restaurants need like the outdoor thing.
Actually, the food trucks could probably still go into the winter because they
Well,
can
yeah,
like
like
they're
do
heated.
lamps and
What's that?
do heat lamps
Yeah,
and
heat lamps.
yeah. So,
Years ago when I was working in the restaurant industry, it's funny because, and actually this came about because of the smoking issue. So years ago when they were like, okay, no smoking indoors, they said, okay, but you can smoke on patios. So what they did is they started having these outdoor heaters and then they would put up flaps around the side. But then it got to the point where they were like, okay, well, you can't have the flaps completely closed because then it's like an enclosed space and then all the smoke
right.
is there. So, but they were able to extend the patio season into December, I remember
Yeah.
from that.
Yeah.
So you can,
Well, yeah, I do know like whatever they're trying to do with like the outdoor seating, like bringing out onto the sidewalks, like they're like year round when it's
I was going to take off my
bring
hat.
out heating lamps, but at some
Rebecca, look how red my hair is, by the way. My,
oh yeah,
my son said it looked like cherries.
ooh,
Like,
like black cherries.
yeah, like black cherry. He said it looked like my hair had been I dyed it.
Actually,
It's just a rinse.
I did my color, and I'm doing like a uh uh like kind of like a rose pink, but it's like
Yeah.
pink on this like dark thing. But no,
It's just
I definitely had like 2 inches of roots.
so it's sort of like kind of there.
Yeah,
Anyway, it's just like
I'll
a rinse, so
I'll
it'll come out.
I'm kind of like, after I did like pin curls for the first time in years this morning.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, like I did pin curls. Um and I know no one can, like, I've been playing with my hair too much, but there were like a few things that's like, oh, I know where I did it right and I know where I did it wrong. Um but though it was kind of like a fun experiment. But yeah.
Yeah, Graydon says, "Oh, it looks like your hair was dipped in cherries, dark cherries or something." And I can't remember what it was like, but it's just, anyways, it's one of those things like it'll just come out in, like there it's kind of pretty red. It'll come
Yeah,
out like what, like 28 shampoos or something like that.
sure.
But yeah, it was because like I just wanted to, whereas Eileen Brennan's, she's really blonde, but I just was
Yeah.
like, I had to do my hair and I had the color, so I just went ahead and did it.
Oh yeah. No, I had to. I did my color. I actually did my color last night, not because of this.
Yeah, me too. I did mine last night.
I was just like, oh, it's too long if I wait until like another week. Like, but I'm still at this like weird point where I'm like, oh, what am I just gonna like say fuck it? Because I
Yeah.
don't mind it. I actually like right here, I'm getting like kind of a cool gray streak.
Yeah,
And
I have like a real, I was thinking like if I ended up, we have this woman in Canada, she has that. She has like a blonde like streak and or a gray streak, I should say. And if I had a colorist like who could do, I would totally do that. But it would take a lot of like maintenance to do.
it's a lot of maintenance. And
Yeah.
it's like, like
So I
at some point I'm like I'm willing just like shave it all off and
yeah,
but I want it to like be like worth shaving it all off and like
yeah. I
yeah,
love that color on you though. I think it's a really great color on you.
yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah. I feel like there's something about like the raven, the
Yes.
ravenish thing
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
that
I feel kinda like my hair is blending into my set, like, it kinda
oh
looks
it
like
is.
it
Like
kinda
nice
looks like I've
little
got, like, this,
yeah.
maybe, like, these antlers or something, like, that are coming out of
So
my garland.
one funny thing that's been happening in this like witchy
Spider.
season. So like I listen to Spotify.
Oh, yeah.
Um and Spotify was like, "Oh, here's a like they're like, we know you bitch. Here's a playlist. It's called Haunted."
Oh.
And I was like, "Okay, I like this." And then all of a sudden, I'm going to admit this to everybody. Um that
Product.
the the Alanis Morissette song Uninvited
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
has been it has been my fucking jam all fucking month. And I can honestly say like um I I have no connection to Alanis Morissette. I you
Canadian.
know, yeah.
Okay, finally got Murdoch.
Oh, there's a baby. That's a baby.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a handsome baby. Oh, look at those green eyes.
He's purring, actually.
Oh, oh, he knows because he's so handsome. He's so handsome.
How long he's gonna stay here.
Oh,
Murdoch. Oh, you can stay
oh,
here. Oh,
Buster. Oh, Buster. I know you just want like you want food, but
are you leaving? Oh, he's leaving. He's a little bit of a tough customer. Everything has to be on his terms. Like he has to lie down.
I get it.
I'm gonna rub my tummy. No, it has to be on his terms.
I get it.
He's a cat rescue. He's a rescue cat.
Yeah, no, hey, I have
I have to tell you.
I'm having a stare down right now.
Oh, you are.
Like my other cat who is like
I have
the
to tell you, I'm pretty happy with how my lights have turned out. Like they are like, these are dollar store lights, but they actually sparkle pretty well. I'm pretty
yeah,
happy. Like I've had other lights on this set and they haven't really showed. And these, maybe because they're orange, They're kind of a bit of an
Well,
orange tone.
or like, and how much is the garland is helping you?
Maybe the garland is helping to
Yeah,
offset it a bit. Yeah,
yeah,
I got the garland when I went to Michael's yesterday.
yeah.
So, and the life is a witch, and then you fly.
No.
But aw, Arias is so cute. I'm not sure she's talking about. Are you talking about my garland? Or are you talking about the cat? Maybe she's talking about the cat. Murdoch, you got a cute comment. Murdoch doesn't know anything about YouTube. He's oh my god, I think all my lipstick and my makeup has come off. I'm wearing a lot of eye makeup. Here, see if I can show you guys. I don't know if I can move this. See my eye makeup?
Oh, I think your definition of a lot of eye makeup.
I think it's quite a bit.
Yeah,
It's weird, but like when I'm on camera here, it looks like nothing. And then, well, you're not wearing hardly any at all either.
oh,
And then when I go upstairs and I look in the mirror, I'm like, oh my God, I'm wearing so much makeup.
I always feel like whenever I'm getting on camera, I have to like wear a ton of makeup.
Because it doesn't really show. It doesn't show like it, like
Yeah.
how you would be in person. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and my biggest thing right now is like doing my eyebrows.
Yeah, I want to start doing like I have like no eyebrows. Like I have like almost I need to start like drawing them in or something just so I have something because
I
you have beautiful brows.
the best thing I did I just like stop, like, I clean them up a little
Yeah.
bit, but like I don't.
You don't really pluck them. Well,
Yeah.
I have to tell you, I don't pluck my eyebrows. They're so thin though. Like I
Yeah.
don't know what it is. I just never had. And then if I dye my hair, they look like there's nothing there. Like I look, like I've lost them or something. So I think my mom used to draw them, right? She used to with the pencil in the 60s. And she'd always have these beautifully defined eyebrows.
Yeah. I mean, and it was fine. I was like watching Father of the Bride last night, and it's like, oh my God, like everyone has like these most amazing, perfect eyebrows.
Yeah, like Elizabeth Taylor. Her eyebrows are
well, but even like
the older women. She's young in that, right? Like she's fairly young.
She's fairly, yeah.
Like in her early 20s or something?
She had to been like 18, 20.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, and it was Buster. Buster, you're okay. Come out.
And we're like, no, he's over there again.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Come on, buddy.
Well, Rebecca, I think we should probably wrap up because it's midnight. It's almost midnight, or no, it is midnight. And well, actually, we have a few people who have hung in here.
I know.
You guys rock.
Everybody. And Aria Khaleesi, like, please get in touch. Like, I'm gonna do like a very like proper full reading for you because you won that shit.
She did. By the way, Rebecca, did you notice the background? I don't know if I can even show it to you. They removed me. Can you see?
Oh yeah, no, like the mansion. Oh
yeah, the mansion. Did you notice they did that?
Yeah, I noticed it right away.
And there's a moon up there.
Yeah,
yeah. But I put a sepia tone on it. I was like, oh, I like that. Yeah, I wanted to do.
Yeah, no, I immediately like.
I didn't know if I forgot to mention it.
Yeah, no, like there's something like. The Clue manor is like so ingrained. I mean, like this has been part of my life for like since I've been like 9, so for like 30 years.
Yeah.
30 years.
It's a big part of your culture.
30 years.
Yeah. Hindsight says since there's just a few of us, Heidi, can I ask you a question? Absolutely.
Yes, please.
Ask away. We will do our best to. I'm not even that drunk because I ran out of champagne. There's a bottle of wine upstairs, so I might dig into because I don't have to work tomorrow. We're gonna do pumpkin carving now. I think.
Oh my God!
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We've got like
Well,
three pumpkins, and except some squirrels have been eating it, so that's a little bit annoying. So we'll have to find the side of the pumpkin that the squirrel hasn't chewed on. Right.
at some point, like I'm just gonna say I've gone through like 3 cans of bubbles.
That's not a lot, is it?
It's like bottle and a half of wine.
Oh, oh, okay. So, Rebecca, have you seen Blade Runner 2049?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me say this. Okay, this is a hard one for me because I love the original Blade Runner. It's my favorite movie of all time. It's one of the reasons
Oh.
why I'm married to my husband. I think I told you this, right, Rebecca? On our
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so it's sort of like, it's sort of like, and then one year, I think it was like 5 years ago, we were like, "Oh, what should we do for should we do for Christmas?" We don't usually do a lot, right? Like we usually kind of just do mostly for the kids, and then we get some small things for each other. So we decided instead of getting a gift for each other, we would just get the box set of Blade Runner, like it was the with the director's cut, all the different cuts, and it came in like a briefcase with
Yeah.
very cool. So we decided to do that instead. And then we watched like over like the holidays, we watched everything, like all the behind the scenes, everything. It was really awesome. And that's why I'm asking about Blade Runner because, oh, thanks. And so as I was mentioning at the beginning of this stream, like when they announce they're going to do a sequel, I'm always like, oh no, like so something like that. When it was Blade Runner, I was really upset, but then I found out Ryan Gosling was involved and Ridley Scott was involved, and so I was like, well, maybe it'll be pretty good. So to answer your question, I thought it was really good. But I don't feel personally, this is just a very personal decision, that it was necessary because kind of had already sort of answered my own questions about what maybe would have happened, or I like to imagine what might have happened to the characters. And then, it's like one of those things, Rebecca, when you see something, you read a book and it doesn't quite tell you everything that happens. And then you kind of like can imagine it yourself. And then if someone comes back and then tells you what happens, you're kind of like, but I already had imagined it. Like, so it sort of made me a little bit sad about it. And then also there was a few CGI things that I really didn't like the way they did Rachel in the CGI. So that kind of I wasn't crazy about that. So that's sort of my thing. But I mean, I love Denis Villeneuve he's a fantastic Villeneuve. Sorry, he's a fantastic director. And I've seen some of his other work that I think is incredibly impressive. You know what? Oh, by the way, I was going to tell you, one of his earlier movies that he did was shot in my old apartment building in Mississauga.
Oh.
Yeah, the one with Jake Gyllenhaal. It's what, like there's a spider on the poster. You know that one?
No, sorry, like my reaction, but continue. Like I have a very good clue thing to talk about, but
Oh, okay. Here, I was just gonna tell
yeah.
you what the name of the movie was. Enemy was the name of the movie. Was shot in my old apartment building. So Jake Gyllenhaal's apartment in the movie was in the same building as my old apartment building. Arya says, I'm a sucker for sequels and prequels, though some are unnecessary. Yeah, it's just, this is a personal thing. And I could have just said, hey, I'm not going to see it. I could have just done that.
I would say like the Blade Runner.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was good. I thought it was good. I thought it was a smart extension of the story.
Mm-hmm.
But with like being I also like live like we're in like multi universes, like talking about the story. Where I'm not gonna like tie too much of like the original Blade, even though like their characters, oh my god, they're characters that are, you know, in, Harrison Ford's obviously in both of them. Like, I can still see like these stories being like different universes because
Yeah.
they're different filmmakers. Like, and that's actually like, I think kind of more the interesting thing about how, like, if we're at this like point where it's like we're not going to like actually like write anything new, and we're not going to like take those chances, but when we have like the really good stories, and how are we going to like make this like whole bullshit like work for us right now? Because that's what it is. It's like we you know we don't want to take chances on new stories, and we want to expand on the stories that are there. And like, to a certain degree, that's fine. I don't want to see everyone like keep remaking bullshit, but it's like, how do we expand on these stories? um I don't know. I think that, like, oh, that might be like a different cast that
No,
we're
yeah,
doing.
no, I know. I think I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Uh,
Um,
we're like, what I liked about the like the new like the most recent Blade Runner. Um it seemed to be it seemed to be a little bit more than just like, oh, this is like the movie like X amount of years later. Like, there seemed to be like there was a different ownership of like the style. I love the last Blade Runner movie, and like, and to a certain degree, like, I kind of liked it more than original Blade Runner. I thought it was smarter. Uh but I also realized like the original Blade Runner, is it a perfect movie? No, but it's like, it's a near perfect movie. Like,
yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, like, so, like, when I sort of imagine myself being my 16-year-old self watching Blade Runner in the 80s.
mm-hmm.
And it's sort of like when I first saw Star Wars as a 10-year-old in the 70s, sitting in a theater watching it, you're like, holy shit, this
Yeah,
is like crazy.
yeah,
But then you watch it now and you're like, that's, it's pretty good, I guess. Like, it's, so it's the same thing with Blade Runner. Like, so when I say, like, for me personally, when I say it's my favorite movie of all time, it's
yeah,
because it affected me in
yeah.
a profound way at the time that I watched it, right?
I 100% actually, like, I really understand how you say. I mean, and without like that um preamble, it's like, I can 100% like see people like saying like, this is like my favorite movie of all time. So,
Mhm.
and
Like, for instance, when I went back to watch Dune, and I had seen Dune years and years ago, and at the time, I think I probably was like, "Oh, this is, this isn't bad," or, I certainly didn't think it was as terrible as some people might have thought it was. But when I went back to watch it,
it's not good.
yeah, like, but when I went back to watch it, I was like, "Okay, all right, there's some flaws for sure. Is this David Lynch's best work? No, absolutely not.
No, no.
But there were some things in it that I was like, there
Uh,
are some visual aspects to that movie that are pretty amazing.
right.
And I have to say, like, I saw the Villeneuve, sorry, Denny, I should know better because I'm from Canada. Um, I saw the trailer. Like, I saw actually when we went to see Tenet, they had a partial trailer, the part where
Yeah. Yeah.
Paul sticks his hand in the box. And then later I saw the full trailer and I'm like, you know what? Like, it's really not that different than the way that,
Oh,
I mean, you would know better because you're an editor, but from what I could tell, it looked pretty similar to how
uh,
David Lynch had shot it.
I mean,
Like
as
there were no
far
surprises, is what I was
as
trying to say.
far as like, like the way that the images were like cut together, probably
Mhm.
not, but it, it like the whole like Dune is like such a weird overarching like, and I actually think like my big worry is that even this Dune movie is not gonna satisfy anybody.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, this is what I'm saying. Okay, like for instance, like
uh,
okay, costume design wise, the David Lynch Dune costumes are like off the chart. They're like, okay, the movie, you could say the movie is a piece of crap, but the
right.
costume design is unbelievable. It's amazing. And so when you look at like the
Oh, you just like Sting and that like fucking
oh my God, I loved
diaper.
it. Yeah, no, the diaper. It was hilarious.
The
I
diaper
mean,
was
okay, but
fucking
some of the stuff was a little bit ridiculous,
right.
but like for instance, some of
We're
the
talking about like over the top like sci-fi.
it was over the top sci-fi or fantasy. It was like bridging fantasy sci-fi kind of thing. But like the way that they blended all the different like they had Renaissance in there, they had like New Age, like they had sort of futuristic, they had punk, like with Sting and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah,
Like it was like I can imagine him coming out of one of his albums, like he had the spiky blonde hair, like a super punk, right? And then they had like sort of the Renaissance court, and like they just had and the Queen, like Paul's mother and everything.
right.
So when I saw some of the newer pictures, I'm like, I don't really like know that there's anything kind of cool and new here. Like it just is very minimal, which maybe is part of the aesthetic of the whole thing. But
Right.
I just was kind of like, when I saw the David Lynch version, it was exciting for me. I was like, this is like, because I started looking back at it and I'm like, started going through the pictures. I'm like, wow, this is really exciting stuff that they came up with. And even if it was like, as Tatiana always says, I don't know if she's still here, she'll say, at least even if it kind of falls flat, even if it like ends up being a disaster, at least they went for it. Like I have
Yeah,
to say
yeah,
about David Lynch, at least he went for it. And
right.
he didn't have the technology at the time to do all
Ah,
the things that they can do now.
well, I mean, he there are things like he definitely special effects were like not out of the realm of what
Mhm.
he was doing, but it's so interesting when you look at David Lynch's work and how he is still at this point where like the new incarnation of Twin Peaks like has some like like they have special effects, they have monster effects, and they're all still at like a non-realistic like low grade.
Mhm.
Um
That's sort of on Twin Peaks, the
that
sequel, though,
um
or the original Twin Peaks.
well, but sorry, no, even in like the more recent Twin Peaks
Yeah.
where the special effects like they don't go be it's not like it's not like a Marvel movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can see what you're saying there.
There's something still like kind of like I don't know if you can hear that shit. Buster.
Oh, he quieted down.
Like for a second. Um but Yeah, go get him. Go get him, Penelope. Oh, I don't know where
Murdoch's gone.
the animals are anymore. But I know I had like a good point going on, but
Oh, you were talking about David Lynch and
yeah,
and we were talking about what were we talking about? We're Dune.
oh my god.
The special effects.
There's something to be said, like I guess like initially like what we were talking about, it's like I don't want the most realistic, like, I want thing like, even like when we were like covering Lovecraft Country, and there were things that's like, oh, this is like over the top representation of some magical element. Like, I don't need everything to be like real life.
Yeah.
And I really like getting into the I the
Story. Characters.
story the
Special effects.
the more witchcrafty
Magical.
yeah, like I want like the backstory. I want
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Well, it's funny because I was telling you about the Queen's Gambit, which is really, really well done. Like the writing on that is super solid, like really well done, and the acting is incredible. And it's funny because, like, we were talking about wigs and everything last, I think probably Lovecraft Country, or we've been talking about wigs in general, and like there's or hair,
Oh,
and
I will. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna like interject.
no,
The wigs in Lovecraft Country were fucking good.
yeah, they were. I wasn't, except for the blue one. I wasn't super crazy about the blue one.
But
No, they were really good. I have to admit. Okay,
but
so
that blue wig was still better than Rhaegar's wig.
oh, absolutely. No, 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 no. And again, it's one of those things like I'm looking at things like that closely, right? Like I'm kind of like, when I'm watching something, oftentimes I'm looking at those things. So for instance, in Queen's Gambit, which is that new movie show with Anna Taylor-Joy, and the writing on that is so good. Like it's just impeccable writing. It's based on a book.
Mhm.
But she has this wig and I'm like, "Oh my god, that wig. What is with the wig?" But it's really hard. Like they had a challenge there. They were trying to match it to an actual, they had an actor playing a young version of her, and then they swapped her in at one point, which was a real hard sell. Like basically she has hair like yours, like sort of short, like just slightly chin length.
Right.
And the actor had actually kind of smooth hair, and then they kind of put a bit of a wave in. But what was a little bit ridiculous is they swapped her in at like 13. Like, so Anna Taylor-Joy is probably like 24, and we're supposed to expect that she's a 13-year-old. And then she had this hair, and I'm like, oh my god, all I can see is the wig. But you know what, to be honest with you, I was so stirred by the story that I most of the time didn't even notice it. Once in a
Right.
while I'd be like, oh, that wig. But
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, but and it's the same
Yeah.
with like a lot of shows. Like I think sometimes, like if the show itself is really, really good and really solid, the majority of people won't even notice. Like the same with editing, I'm sure with you, Rebecca. Like if the story is really good, if there's some funny editing things or music wise, I think I have a feeling most people probably wouldn't notice it
Yeah.
as much. You would notice, but I think
Well,
the average person wouldn't notice.
I I feel like at this point with like television, I don't think that yeah, I think like you're right. Like if it's like if anything's bad, and two drawing people are going to notice it. Like I feel like there's a lot of the style that people are editing things and doing things like we could have like a lot of conversation about that, but yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, and I think in the story it is pretty straightforward, but there was some special effects because she lies in bed and she imagines a chessboard above her head, like on the ceiling. And then she imagines herself playing the chessboard, like playing chess on the ceiling, and that's sort of how she learns. And so they would have had to have done some special effects with that, I'm sure. But I think for a lot of it, and again, I don't even know because I wasn't like paying attention to it because I was so wrapped up in the story, that I think a lot of it just felt like very fairly straightforward storytelling, as opposed to something like Westworld, which is like got you like, you're in a maze and you're kind of like having to find
Right.
your way around and you're having to find all the clues and things. Whereas this is just really just straight storytelling and like
Right.
linear. It's linear and you're just
Oh,
dealing with
yeah,
characters.
and it is like one of the few times like you're not actually it's linear, but it's also like real time.
Yeah, it's real time. Yeah.
Um,
I mean, we do
there
go, oh, actually
at
they
some
do
point,
a little bit of where they have a set, they do a little bit of reverse times telling, storytelling, right?
well,
Where like
yeah,
you
like
start with her at the beginning and then they
but
go back.
also at some point, like he very distinctly says like the police will be here in 45 minutes.
Hmm.
Um, which actually like and I think that actually like even in movies like where it's all like placed in one scene, like we give it like a benefit of the doubt, like, oh, it's taking place. This movie is taking place in real time. It's
Hmm.
a play. It's a play. Um
Yeah.
and oh, I love it. Um where like even like as soon as like shit goes wrong, it's like the police will be in here in 45 minutes, and it's like there's a little bit in our real time. It's like how are the police going to be here in 45
Yeah. Yeah.
minutes? But then there's also like that like oh where he's like she was friends with socialists.
I thought I had a picture of that.
And then Miss Peacock is and like the response was well, but they kept talking about like the whole thing is like communism is a red herring.
Yeah.
Like, and I love the fact that they were like so very conscious. I'm sure everyone here like knows about the term of a red herring. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, here's what you think is the bad guy, but oh, it's not the bad guy. But they were like very clear up front. It's like
Move back and look at the picture. Socialists.
then,
Oh my God.
socialists.
Yeah.
Um,
Tim Curry's, we were talking about eyebrows
uh,
earlier. Does Tim Curry not have the best eyebrows?
oh,
I love them.
he does.
Yeah.
He does, and and although I wouldn't be surprised like if those were like manicured a
I,
little bit.
I think they are. I think he's plucked them.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny when I wish I remembered exactly it, but when I know for Rocky Horror, it took him, I used to have all the details of how he did his makeup and everything. Because I did a video on his costume in Rocky Horror, but I remember something about it took him like 3 hours to do his makeup or something crazy
Oh,
like
sure.
that. And that he was taught to do the makeup. What's that?
I cannot imagine that makeup not taking at least
Yeah.
I've done like shitty makeup jobs on
Yeah.
me, um, and I know well enough. It's like any good makeup job like takes time.
Yeah.
Like you
Uh,
can't just like
and the other thing was that the person who came up with the design, uh, although he did his own makeup, he was trained to do it. Was the same person who did Ziggy Stardust's makeup. Like
oh
this, this the electric bolt, the lightning bolt,
right
I should say.
yeah well the Aladdin scene.
Yeah.
But the Aladdin scene is after Ziggy Stardust, but
Mhm.
yeah, like but that Aladdin like and nothing and that's the other thing like I there's a little bit I'm gonna say this out loud like there's a little bit of a hero worship of David Bowie where I'm like I like there's so many more people that like came like David Bowie did not do that all on his own and
Mhm.
he was also a terrible coke addict that like
Mhm.
fucked underage girls so like there's a little bit like fuck David Bowie. I know that's a horrible thing for me to
No,
say.
no, I've heard other people say that.
Yeah.
My husband's a huge Bowie fan. Actually, I got to the point where I was like, I can't listen to Bowie in the car anymore. Like he was always playing
I
Bowie. I got to the point
I
where I like, not because of anything about Bowie, just because
right
I couldn't listen to it anymore.
right you're like we need to like
After he died, this is like the same with Prince. When Prince passed away, there was like so
oh
much Prince.
right uh
There's
but
this band up in Canada called why can't I remember what they're called? And everyone is so funny because
it wasn't the Tragically
the
Hip
Tragically Hip, and
because the only Canadian band is the Tragically.
I've never liked the Tragically Hip. Like, don't get me wrong, I respect them as musicians, and I appreciate them as people. But so when the lead singer got sick and it was announced that, they were going to be doing this last tour. All of a sudden, all these people were like Tragically Hip fans. And I'm like, you guys were never Tragically Hip fans. Like, what's going on? It's really, really weird. And so I was never really, it's kind of like Rush, which is another big Canadian band.
Oh,
I've never, ever liked Rush. I think there's one Rush
I
song I like.
I could have like a lot of like drunk conversations about like how I don't like Rush.
Yeah.
Still like I have drunkenly downloaded Rush.
Yeah. Well, my friend
Like my
Patrick,
big thing is like I don't drunk dial ex-boyfriends. I end up drunk
sorry.
downloading like bands like Rush.
That's what you do. You drunk download?
I
That's a
drunk
good
down,
idea. Oh,
which is a much safer thing than like drunk
it's a
dialing.
great idea.
But also
Yeah.
it's like I definitely have more Rush in like my actual like collection and I'm not happy about it. And there's a little bit like I think like I was drunk and I was like well I grew up with a lot of band geeks who were like we love Rush and it's like I don't get it and it's
Yeah.
like I'm just
Yeah.
like
My friend Patrick's a huge Rush fan. He's even written a book on them
oh
and a book on Bowie.
I,
He's written a book on Bowie and
and
Rush.
there is something like what I appreciate people being hardcore Rush fans.
Mhm.
Um and I like where I appreciate people being like hardcore like Deadhead fans.
Yeah.
And like I appreciate it. But I still don't get it. But yes, I definitely like have drunk downloaded like I've paid for Rush albums that I don't listen to and I'm like
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not, so I'm just not
I
into,
choose free will.
But I think, guys, we're gonna have to wrap it up. I'm
Yes.
gonna have to wrap it up
Yeah.
because Mama's like, I had to work today, and I'm like, you probably had to work today too, Rebecca, right?
Oh no, I didn't work today.
Oh, okay, okay.
But I have to
And
but
tomorrow's Halloween.
I,
What's Halloween now?
I'm going out on my friend's porch. It's gonna be us, like it's gonna be five of us,
Oh,
like
excuse me, guys.
celebrating distantly.
That'll be fun.
And then I'm gonna do some like witchy shit tomorrow
Awesome.
night.
We're
Because
gonna watch
tomorrow's the full moon. It's a full the hunter's moon. So if you guys want to do some witchy shit, just put some water, put a jar of water and some rosemary out, and seal it up after the fact. Like, that's hunter's moon water, and we can like talk about later, like how it'll be a good thing for you later.
Yeah. I think we're gonna carve pumpkins, and then we're gonna watch Coraline, which is
Oh, that's a
a great movie. I've seen it several
fantastic.
times.
That
It's
is
such a good movie.
or like I love doing like the uh um oh, Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh,
Like,
that's a good one too.
yeah.
Um,
That's
we
like my
did,
go-to, like pumpkin carving. It's like
yeah.
I'll like do the eyes, but then I'll like carve out the mouth and
Mhm.
yeah.
I think and then like last year, I think we watched. I was trying to get the kids to watch it. Is Hocus Pocus?
Oh,
We watched it last year.
I uh I
I think Bette Midler said they're going to do a
I
sequel.
am a oddity, like I am like of that generation. I've never seen Hocus Pocus.
Oh, you know what? I saw it for the first time. Like, my one of my the moms at the school, like, she had the DVD and she lent it to me, and
Right.
so I got it from her. So that just 2 years ago was the first time I saw it, and then we just downloaded it.
Did you guys see the new witches yet?
No, I don't know if I can.
Well,
I
it's
don't know if
on
I can do.
HBO Max.
No, I mean, I don't know if I can watch it
Oh, um,
because is it a reimagining?
I mean,
It's not a sequel, right? Or is it a reimagining of
it's
it?
a reimagining. I thought it was fantastic.
Oh, really? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'll watch it then
Um,
if you liked it.
I actually like Anne Hathaway was like that was
Oh, sorry.
there was a little like where oh my god who was Devil Wears Prada.
Oh, isn't that Anne Hathaway?
Well, no, but
Oh, Meryl Streep?
Meryl Streep
Oh,
was
she's in it?
born to play. No, we're
Oh,
Meryl.
Aria loved it. Aria's in the background, and she
Where
said,
Meryl Streep
I
was
did. I
like
love the new picture
born
film.
to play the character in The Devil Wears Prada. Anne Hathaway was born to play, and it's no like Angelica Houston is still like the goddess.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she doesn't replace Angelica Houston, but what Anne Hathaway like Anne Hathaway like she like when like the effects take over, like I thought the witches was fucking amazing. Like
Okay, well, I'm gonna watch it then
I
based on
like
your
I
when
think
you're
I think it's
I mean
great.
the costumes look really fun
I know people love the original witches, like
yeah with
um
Angelica Houston, yeah.
well in like in one sense, like Anne Hathaway is not Angelica Houston, but Anne Hathaway can she is wearing all the that like she she's this like it's amazing. She's
Mhm.
wonderful, and I think it's great.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out
Yeah,
then. Now that
yeah,
you've recommended it.
yeah,
Guys, I want to just thank you so much,
yeah.
everyone, for coming.
Everyone,
Rebecca
thank
and I,
you.
we've been going for like four over and a half hours. Oh my
Four and
god,
a half hours.
we've taken off all our things, all our baubles. I've removed my hat, my earrings, my um.
My gloves, my hat. I've had a bottle and a
We're
half of
sleepy.
wine.
I'm gonna go upstairs and drink more wine. I haven't had
Uh,
enough. Rebecca's had more and enough, and I haven't had enough. I need more. I think Jack was drinking some of the champagne with me, and then he's like, "Is that it?" And so, um, but I want to thank you guys so much for spending Halloween with us. It was really, really fun, and we talked about Clue. We talked about all kinds of things, though, which was
yeah,
really kind of neat.
yeah,
And we are definitely Rebecca and I are going to talk about the wallpaper channel. We're
yeah.
going to.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be
Oh,
like
thanks,
another
Aria.
big YouTube channel. I think
It was so fun.
I think there's promise. Like
I think so.
I think there's at least like 30,000 followers.
Yeah, you think there's 30,000 people who would want to watch about wallpaper?
I
Nerd out on
I
wallpaper.
think we could.
There's
I
Victorian
think
wallpaper. There's Edwardian wallpaper. There's Renaissance wallpaper. I don't even know if there's Renaissance
I,
wallpaper.
one of those things.
And then we can
I,
even we might even throw the occasional rug in. But like for sure, The Shining would be a good one to start with. The whole decor on The Shining is amazing, actually. The entire thing. It's beautiful.
well, maybe we should do like a big in-depth examination of The Shining, and
Yeah.
we can see like what the response is.
Yeah,
And
I
then
think so.
we're like which textile, like, because maybe a carpet channel would be like more of a
I know, but I'm not as
and
drawn to carpets. I
so
always just see the wallpaper. I'm like, oh, that wallpaper.
well,
Oh, I just want to go and
but,
touch it.
like maybe there are more people who are like, oh, but the carpet.
Wouldn't it be funny if like, wallpaper people are like the Furby people? They're really into
Oh,
wallpaper.
furries.
Furries, sorry, not
Yeah.
Furbies.
Oh, when we get offline, I have to like tell you the story about the furry.
You always have such good
Sorry,
stories.
guys.
Oh, thanks so much, Hindsight. Thanks so much, Aria and Tatiana.
Yeah. Everyone, thank you so much for.
You guys hung out with us to the bitter end.
Oh my god.
It was really fun spending time with all of you, though. It really was.
Yes.
My sister, she's like, what are you doing tonight? I go, oh, I'm gonna, I told her, I was like, oh, we're gonna talk about Clue, and I'm gonna hang out with Rebecca, and we're gonna have some champagne. We're dressing up. She knew about the dressing up because I told her I went to get to the store. And I said, you should come on sometime. She goes, and do what? I go, I don't know, like talk about a show. She goes, I don't have a TV. And I said, well, it can be like a show that you're watching. Like she's always says she doesn't have a TV, but she has Netflix, she has she's watching The Queen's Gambit. I don't know what she's talking about. I said, you can come on sometime. We can talk about something. She's like, oh, I don't know.
What's her favorite movie?
Gone with the Wind.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think. I mean, she has so many.
I mean, and there's, I mean, and without me even like going into like, like the awful things about Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
Which are, and there, my for everyone that's still here, like my family is from the South, and I am like trying to like, even though they're all like liberal, there's still that like, oh, the Gone with the Wind romanticism, and it's like, no, fuck that bullshit.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, there's this guy named Cameron Bailey who he is the artistic director of the Toronto International Film Festival. He is a black man, and he did a really great tweet about it. He was saying, I think that we can have important films, we can have historical films,
sure.
and then still understand that they can be,
They're
racist,
flawed.
flawed,
Right.
racist, what have you. But we can still, it doesn't mean we need to, like, get rid of them, kind of thing. We
Right.
should still have them. I'm not paraphrasing him quite right. He
Yeah,
did it
yeah,
obviously
no,
much
but
better. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
no, and that's my overall sentiment.
Yeah.
But what
You and I've had this conversation before as well. The same with artists. Like, if the artist can be flawed, does that mean that we should throw out their work? Um,
well,
Even if the artists themselves are, pieces of shit or something like that. I don't know. Like, it's up to the individual, I suppose. But um, like
and
I one of the not Isaac Asimov. There's a science fiction writer that I really like, and he's kind of a jerk. Um, the author of Fahrenheit 451. He's a bit of a dick. And
Ray
but I was like, but I
Bradbury,
still really like his
Ray Bradbury.
yeah, Ray Bradbury. He's a bit of an asshole, that
Well,
guy.
yeah, I mean,
But I'm like,
most
he's an asshole,
authors.
but I kind of like his books. It sort of reminds me of this is obviously before I watched Lovecraft Country, because I've read some of his books, and I'm like, like, I really like his books, but but he's a bit of a dick. It was Orson Scott Card is another one. He's a science fiction writer. He's a total whack job,
Right.
but he writes really great stories. So it's kind of like, it's really a hard one.
Yeah. Well, and that's the interesting thing about like someone like Lovecraft.
Hmm.
Um, because and how much a lot of people who like even like George R. R. Martin, like all of us who are here, like we're ultimately here together from our like love of Game of Thrones, and even
Hmm.
love uh like uh Germ does a lot of work trying to he tries to play with like, sorry guys, I'm a little drunk. He tries to play with like the tropes, like kind of the racist tropes that Lovecraft developed, but like the way that Germ plays with them, it's actually like kind of turning on its head, where it's like, oh, that kind of like race, like the racist terminology is like it kind of goes back into like the punching down
Hmm.
situation. Um uh in Lovecraft, like, because it's the funny thing about Lovecraft, it's like he really played into those like undermining tropes of like we need to fear minorities, and what it what Lovecraft Country, especially like those like that first episode, like Sundown, I
Mm.
don't think was
Yeah.
like, probably going back through it, it was still like the most, was the best episode. Like that scene where like that cop car was chasing them, that was like everything, like that was like throwing all like the shitty racist like Lovecraft trips like back in its face, where it's like um where it really was like, no, the real horror is these white cops that are like chasing us down through, like, where we the idea that like Black people like had to like really like think about like, oh, I cannot physically belong in this space after, you know, like a certain like, and not even like, you know, like 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. They make it a little bit more astral projection, like where it's like sundown, which sundown is not the same time every night.
Yeah.
You know, it like it gets either progressively like shorter or longer. And it like ties it into like a little bit more of a like I'm saying ethereal, it's not the right word. But and but there's something so much about Lovecraft Country, like that is, and even like H.P. Lovecraft was a horrible fucking racist, and like really like tied into like some really horrible stereotypes, and there were a lot of the writer like the whole way that like his world expanded beyond him, whatever. And what was like really powerful about Lovecraft Country, it's like we're gonna take that terror and we're gonna like, but we're actually going to project it onto like what the actual terror was. We're like Lovecraft was like, this is all unknowable, like we don't know what it is. Where like for Black America, they knew what the fucking terror was. It was white supremacy, and like really talking about like the horrible, deep, dark, and I don't know. I'm a newbie witch, but there's something like when you're that deep into bigotry, like there's something like I think you're cursed in a way. Like, like I don't know, like and that doesn't give an excuse. Like that's not, you know, that's not trying to take like personal responsibility away, but there's something, it's like there's something not right. But I still need to have a real big conversation about the whole like the ending of Lovecraft Country, like how they binded people, and where I understand it in like the scope of the show where it's like, ooh, but like when you talk about magic, it's like binding spells or like that. I think like binding spell, like I don't think they were. Uh, I think binding spells were a little bit too intense for their level.
Yeah.
And there, like,
Sorry.
you know, and when apparently when like Atticus like went back and the book was handed to him, he was like, there were riots and people were rioting, where it's like that's a little bit where it's like, ooh, you guys probably went like a step too far. And I think they're potentially setting up like a season 2, or you know, they're allowing for at least like the second book having
Yeah.
storyline.
Yeah. I haven't finished, by the way, I haven't finished reading the first book. I have to get back to it. Yes, Angel Over, we're still up. We're gonna wrap things up. Sorry, I still have this a little bit of my cold left.
Yeah.
Guys, we're gonna wrap it up because it's almost
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Oh my
God,
God.
it was
Wow.
amazing.
Rebecca, this is the longest I think you and I have ever streamed. I think Tatiana and
Oh,
I
oh
might have
yeah,
streamed
like
before.
our True Blood stream like went
It
pretty
was pretty
long.
long. Yeah, it was pretty long.
Oh, but that's because I love you.
I
And
love you too. I'm out of wine though.
I know.
I have to go
Well,
up and get some
I
wine.
had more wine, but at some point it's like I don't need to drink more wine. And
No,
I
I can, yeah.
have a big day tomorrow and I need
You have a big day tomorrow?
yeah, well, it's the full moon
Yeah.
and All Saint like it's
Yeah. I have the stuff I'm going to do with the kids.
it's a big witchy day. So oh,
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for everybody. It's funny. People came back in. It was like,
I know.
they're like woke up again.
Thank you, everybody. And like
Oh my God, of course.
Arya Khaleesi, like I definitely will
Yeah.
sober up and like give you this like proper reading because it's actually like it's an interesting reading.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting reading and
For
it's
sure.
still in front of me. So
You know what we'll do next time too? I'm going to try and figure out like right before the stream, I said to Rebecca, we should play some music. And I have this like service that, we can play music during a YouTube video without getting in trouble because it's like a paid service kind of thing, but I couldn't figure it out. So next time, Rebecca, we do a show, we should try and figure out I'll get Jack to set it up for us so we can have some music if we want, or sound effects.
I definitely I know someone we'll talk. Like
yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll work it out.
We need to get a theme song for
totally. No, because I've gone into D Nimmons and he'll have like music playing, or he'll have like, say if he needs to go to the washroom, he'll have like music playing, like be right back. And I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. Because there's this one time I did a stream, like I have gone off a couple of times since Rebecca's been here because she's been here. But there's this one time I was doing a stream with someone and I couldn't leave and I was like dying. I'm like, oh my God, I gotta go to the washroom. And he's like, why didn't you tell me? And I'm like, I didn't know what to do. But I was like, oh, if we had a screen that said like, be right back, we could just, rush off to the washroom or have you.
Right.
Yeah. Because it's like, it gets, it was like unbearable. And I think we went like 5 hours.
Like the Simpsons, like technical difficulty. Like the Simpsons technical difficulties. It's like a guy like drunk at the camera. Like
yeah, that would be so funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways. Okay. Well, thanks, guys. Rebecca, I don't have your. Rebecca, just tell everybody where they can find you because I haven't.
I'm at Shadowcat Becks on Twitter and the Instagrams. I'm kind of like moving my focus towards like more witchy tarot shit. I have no idea like where it's taking me, but yeah, at Shadowcat Becks.
Rebecca's a professional editor, though.
I am a professional editor, but my social media life is in flux at the moment. But
yeah, and we did do the entire first season of Lovecraft Country on the Creatives Guild channel. Yes. But I was also going to tell you that Tatiana and I and Vanessa are doing the last episode of our series on Game of Thrones. Tatiana, I'm working on it, just so you know. I haven't forgotten. So the last episode, and it's going to be on, it's going to be on book characters that are different in the show. Is that correct, Tatiana? 30 Days is back. Hey, 30 Days are still going. I know, we're crazy.
You bitches are still at it.
Yeah, he went to sleep and he came back and woke up and we're still here. Justin, we were talking about you the whole time you were gone.
Oh, the whole time, Justin.
Who's that? So yeah, so Tatiana and I, anyway, so Tatiana's been like a co-producer on it. She's one of my Game of Queens. But that's what I was thinking at the end. What we should do is we should have like a show. Let's talk about the new Game of Thrones show and
Yes.
House of the Dragon, and we can
Yeah.
kind of like say what we're looking forward to seeing, who we're hoping to see, costume wise, what we're hoping to see. Because the Dragon Demands, he tweeted me the other day because they were saying the showrunner, who is the same person who did I can't remember the name of the show, but it's a really good show. It's on it's a science fiction show on Netflix. He was saying that they're going to be setting it like in the same world as Game of Thrones, like in the same sort of general world, like design wise, but it'll just be like 200 years earlier. So just like move everything back like a couple of hundred years. That's what the showrunners say. We're saying Ryan
Right.
Cockling or something. Cogling. Ryan.
Brian,
Well, it's Stefaniak or whatever. Okay, I shouldn't be talking about it right now because I don't have anything in front of me. I'm just going to be throwing out like a bunch of misinformation.
Brian Cogman is
Right? Yeah. Yes.
um,
I love Game of Thrones. Can't wait for Game of Thrones streams. Yes. Game of Thrones show characters with different descriptions in the book. Yes, that's what the video is going to be about.
well,
And it's only got 300 photos touching on it.
I definitely would say, like, for anyone who, especially for the book readers, if you have not read Fire and Blood Part 1, it is, like, first off, it is really fucking good, like, as far as like a narrative, like, it's so good. But yeah, it's, if you really like want to have an idea of like what this new like Blood of the Dragon is going to be based off of, it's basically, it's like Dance of the Dragons, it's like Fire and Blood. How, like, where it starts, we don't know, but we know it's really
Is that you, Rebecca? Oh yeah. 30 Days is saying fire truck.
Yeah, that's me.
He's not joking. He's trying to just be helpful. Angel over. No, 30 Days.
No, that is definitely out my window. But if you really like, for, I don't know how helpful it's for non-book readers of like the Game of Thrones series, but like Fire and Blood, like if you have read the books and you watch like Game of Thrones, like Fire and Blood is fantastic, and it's going to give a lot of the basis of what we're going to see in the new Game of Thrones series. And the most important thing, it's like it's going to be a lot of like strong bitches like fighting against each other.
Yeah.
I mean, and there's some things like they have a lot of potential like getting like all this shit wrong, like because like they fucked up Daenerys, doesn't mean they're not going to fuck up these women too, who are also like very flawed women. But
yeah,
you know, I'm excited for it. So like, whenever
30 days, you don't have I know you're not a big Game of Thrones fan. We're not expecting you to watch it or read the books or what have you.
I kind of want to know like what 30 Days like likes to watch, because
he liked the show. What was the show you mentioned earlier? My husband loves that show. It was like a dystopian sort of show he liked. He says, I'm watching Hell on Wheels right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good show.
Yeah. He just did, yeah. Oh, I don't read any books. Oh, Jericho was the show he likes.
Okay.
He doesn't read. 30 Days doesn't read.
Like 30 Days, have you watched Fargo? Like not the movie, but like the show Fargo. That's like my big thing. Like, oh, I'm so excited. Like now that I have like Lovecraft Country like out of my, like I'm I'm super excited like to watch like the new Fargo with like Chris Rock and
It's funny because Jack and I have our crossover shows, and then there's other shows that he watches. I'm like, what do you like? He loves Into the Badlands. Like he likes those types of shows. Like, you know, he watched Oz or like there's this one about the Wizard of Oz. It was kind of weird. He loves Preacher. Like he loves all those types of shows.
sure.
Those are the types of like, you know, Ash versus Evil or whatever it's
Oh,
like.
I watch Ash
He,
like I
he
because
loves all those types of shows.
I all right, so I love it's funny. I was like on Facebook and like you know how they give you like your memories X amount of years ago. Like 8-9 years ago, like we had a hurricane come through. And and I basically like watched like the Evil Dead movies because it was like right before how because like a hurricane came through and like ruined Halloween for
Mm-hmm.
work. But there's like, oh, well, I have like Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2. Like I had like but not the remakes, the original Evil Dead. And I was like, oh, that was like the greatest weekend of my life, just like watching like Evil Dead movies. I was like drinking Bloody Marys.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
nice. That's
Um,
so fun.
and Ash versus the Evil Dead was like that show was better than it deserved to be.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Yeah,
It kind of knew what it was. Like it kind of
yeah,
so you know, so Jack, I don't know, he just loves these. I think he just like shows that he can just like, you know, relax and just sort of,
yeah.
you know, let his mind go off. One of the shows he was watching was Magicians, I think. He watched like 5 seasons of it. He
Oh
like
wow.
plowed through it. So yeah, so we'll watch some shows together. I have some shows I watch that I don't watch with him, and then but yeah, I love Ash versus Evil Dead. I
Yeah.
almost actually met one of the actresses. Oh, that's
Oh,
very cool. It's a very diverse cast too, actually. I kind of like that.
yeah. I love Ash versus the Evil Dead. There's something. So my mom, her maiden name is Campbell.
Oh, okay.
And there's a little bit I was like, I want to be related to Bruce Campbell. And then I
Yeah, he's very cool.
that is not his actual name. Like, you know, that's
Mhm. It sounds like a stage name.
yeah.
Yeah.
But there's still a little bit I was like, I'm still determined that we like he's like my
Spirit animal.
like we're cousins, we're family.
Yeah, your family. Totally.
Um
Okay. Well,
yeah.
guys, now we're gonna go. That was our false ending. We're gonna see I'm getting pale. My lipstick's gone,
Yeah.
getting kind of pale.
Yes.
Haven't ran out of wine. You know. My eyes are getting kind of squinty. They're always a little bit squinty, but they're getting more squinty and normal.
Oh my God. This is so much
It's fun! Yay, Halloween! Woohoo! Halloween.
every time we do this, it gets longer and longer.
I know. Okay. All right. So everybody, bye. We need a tangent monitor. Okay. Bye,
I
everybody.
know. We need a moderator.
Be a moderator. Bye, everybody. Oh, Aria says she can't wait for the wallpaper and cocktails next hour. Bye.